Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is 1 minute after 10 o'clock, so we want to stay on schedule if we can. And I want to thank you all for being here and thank our committee members for being here. I think we have all but maybe one that is here. Oh, two. I'm sorry, we're missing two. Yeah, so we have one at least online, and I'm sure Representative Momtan will be along soon. Just briefly, I thought we had a very productive day yesterday. We had some excellent presenters and a lot of excellent information. And when we're dealing with an issue like this, of course, one of the things we're trying to do is define if there is a problem, because we don't want to try to fix something that is not broken. The evidence yesterday from the presenters, the facts we can't deny, that there is a shortage of housing in Georgia, particularly in a price range. Actually, I believe that we were shown yesterday that there's a shortage of housing at less than $300,000. So the point is, we had excellent presentation from a number of different people, and we are certainly going to continue today to have some good presentation, but I thought we had a very productive day yesterday, and I appreciate your patience. I know it was a long day, but I thought we got some excellent information yesterday, and we're stage is set for us to proceed today with more good information. So, having said that, thank you again all for being here. Thanks to my committee members. And our first presenter today is Stuart Countess, who is president of Kia. Mr. Countess? You can sit here unless you prefer to stand. Some folks like to stand, but not many. So you feel free to have a seat or to stand. It's up to you, whatever makes you most comfortable.
I can do either way.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you, Chairman Washburn and the members of the committee. Again, my name is Stuart Countess, and I am President and CEO of the Kia Georgia facility located in West Point. It is an honor to speak with you this morning, and I appreciate the opportunity to extend and share information relative to the housing issue from our employees' perspectives and our experiences. I'd like to begin on behalf of Kia Georgia and say that I'm privileged to lead this organization, and I also want to express sincere gratitude to each of you for your service to the hardworking Georgians that depend on your vision and leadership to move our state forward. For those of you that may not be familiar with Kia Georgia, we're an automotive manufacturer located in West Point. We operate a 5-day-a-week, 3-shift operation. We employ almost 3,000 team members directly. Including our supplier network, there are another 14,000 jobs in support of us. Our annual capacity is 340,000 vehicles per year, and they include the Sorento, the K5, Sportage, and Telluride. We started our hiring in March of 2008 with an application process that built this world-class automotive team. At that time, unemployment in the region was running in the 13% range. The announcement of an online application attracted more than 40,000 individuals in a 30-day period applying for 1,200 jobs at that time. We continued to add capacity and people to the operation for almost 4 years, achieving our maximum capacity through a 2012 expansion. The initial phases of hiring alone with that of our suppliers reduced the unemployment rate in that area significantly. Since attrition rates have been low over the previous years, our hiring has been mostly through a conversion from a temp to permanent employee conversion process. And that's pretty standard within our industry, and many other businesses use something very similar. However, with plans to add a new model into our facility this past year, we had to start ramping up our hiring again to get back to full capacity. And that began in the summer of 2021. We realized that our temporary conversion practices were no longer effective to produce the numbers nor the caliber of the individuals that we were looking for to support our facility. And for that reason, we had to start back with direct hire processes, and we did that this past September. Through this experience, we also realized a change in the results of our hiring capabilities. Today's unemployment rate is less than 1/3 of the 2008 rates, which has required us to expand our recruiting radius from a 50-mile radius to a 120-mile radius to find the necessary employees to fill those open positions. The extended reach has generated a significant amount of interest in Kia Georgia and opportunities for hundreds of interested candidates. Unfortunately, many capable and job-ready applicants are finding difficulty in locating affordable housing options in our region of the state, which is creating additional complications for families considering a relocation to pursue employment at Kia, Georgia. As we know, the housing market is in exceedingly high demand, with most affordable homes in the area lasting for mere hours before asking prices or more being offered by buyers that just looking for a home, and always not necessarily a preferred home. It's just a place to live at that point. Also known is that the rental and leasing rates as well have increased. The rental lease path seems to be increasingly popular with the newer generation of workers that we have seen come through our processes. And the combined realities have caused applicants to revisit their financing options, long-term goals, and often results in them declining jobs due to uncertainty and inflated costs. It is often asked, how did we get to this situation? Why did we not see this coming? From an observer's point of view, I have to believe that the combination of the stressed economy in the 2017-18 through 2019 periods, coupled with the upheaval of the global supply chain through the COVID pandemic, was enough to stall the housing development to a point that demand has outpaced it. Similar to what we experience in our own industry as it relates to parts to build our products. The obvious question is, what should we do first? How can we catch up on housing options? I think one of the most obvious and initial steps to understand is that the needs and expectations of the target communities to find an efficient and but yet effective solution. We have maintained close communication with our local government leaders and their efforts to promote housing developments in our communities. Our participation with the Troup County Center for Strategic Planning has included discussions about housing. Troup County and its 3 cities have participated in the Georgia Institute of Community Housing, which along with other high-profile companies has studied the types of housing most needed. Through that assessment, the group learned that the multifamily units were in high demand, again fitting to some of those individuals that we were looking to hire, which has led to more focus on that particular availability. I am personally aware of several multifamily unit construction projects ongoing currently in the LaGrange area. This is obviously a positive step of improvement. However, the issue is timing. Lessons learned can suggest that there are at least 3 areas that we should be considering. First, there must be a deliberate effort on the part of business, especially large employers, to collaborate with community leaders and governments to aid in the planning for development. For example, our Kia, Georgia facility, along with its suppliers and contractors, which are located on the same pad, employ more than 5,000 total team members on a daily basis. That represents which is 25% higher than the entire population of the city of West Point. Our supplier network, as I mentioned previously, also extends out to another 14,000 employees, which is almost 50% of the population of our county seat, LaGrange. I share these data points from a business employment point of view to emphasize the need to collaborate and communicate with local officials on the needs of the facility operational models. Housing, utilities, and schools certainly all impacted by this potential growth. Absent these types of forecasts, planning for traditional growth can be difficult and troublesome. This is not a criticism, but an opportunity to work together for success. Growth of operations is not easy to predict, especially in today's markets. However, business needs to share these forecasts to provide a picture to the community of what is or might happen. Secondly, we must consider the types of housing that attracts potential homeowners or tenants to an area. A valuable part of the attraction and retention of the community is how well it feels like a community. Amenities, recreational infrastructure, commercial offerings of retail, dining, and medical services are all items that we know employees are looking for. To the extent the community can support itself from within, it spurs growth from within to further improve the community. How can all governments, businesses, and developers collaborate to help build communities that will convince a 1-hour commute to buy a home 10 minutes from work? That's a question that we have. Lastly, the reality is the most difficult to accept. These types of growth are expensive. No one wants to talk about a $30 million cost to upgrade water and sewer systems, But the reality is that providing those services is not without costs. The costs and delays for permitting, zoning, environmental impact studies, they're all necessary steps in these processes. But as we know, raising taxes is never popular, and it's not fair to the citizens that realize no benefit or additional services for those expansions. How can we use our collective points of view to find a workable, effective solution to promote new housing, rather than restricting it through typically red tape? And how do we minimize those? My final, yet somewhat unrelated thought, but also an important factor in this whole picture. Aside from available and affordable housing are the viable options with mass transit and public transportation services that can serve an effective temporary solution that allows prospective employees an option that provides them a means to commute to gainful employment. Those solutions work very well in the metro area, but in the rural communities, it's a challenge. My suggestions are only my opinions. I know that you will have others expressed today that may or may not be congruent with the ideas I propose. However, I am confident that you will find that we all have a common interest in finding short and long-term solutions for what we all hope is a temporary condition. The economic engine in Georgia is strong and powerful, due in great part to the efforts of the Department of Economic Development. The Georgia Chamber has focused on a lot of their activity this year on the more than 50,000 manufacturing jobs that will be created in this state in the next 5 to 8 years. As more jobs come into our state, we are certain to see population growth, which will drive the need for growth in other areas, especially in education. We must continue to explore how to mitigate the short-term risk until the permanent solutions are available. To that end, Kia Georgia is happy to cooperate and participate in any discussions and activities to support the priorities of this committee. I do thank you again for your time and consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Countess, and we do have one question, a light flashing, and that is Representative Ridley.
How you doing? Thank you for coming today. Got just a couple of questions. My first question don't really have anything to do with this, but talking about your new employees that y'all are getting in, that y'all had to go away with the temp person, just do direct hiring. I'm just curious because I've always wanted to ask whenever we do these kind of deals, what do y'all look for? Because it's hard to find anybody with that type of experience. So what's y'all step down to try to find these employees?
We talk a lot, even through the Workforce Development Committee, just like yours. I mean, you need someone who's going to come to work every day on time. But that includes that they have to have reliable transportation and typically live within your general area. That helps to eliminate causes. You know, we can, through Georgia Quick Start and the other great programs throughout the state, TCSG, et cetera, we're able to train an individual to be successful at what we do. We need you to come to work 5 days a week, some days if we work 6. And how do we improve that? Someone had asked me this morning, you know, and maybe before, there's about 70% of our population, because we reside on the state line.
Sure.
70% of our employees live in the state of Georgia. Yes, there are 30% that live on the Alabama side. And a great majority of that 70% lives inside Troup County.
Mm-hmm.
But we also stretch out into Meriwether, Harris, Muskogee, Coweta, just to name a few of the counties. So it's pulling in. We've actually had recently a couple of people that come from the Albany area every day. Wow. That's how far we've had to go to just attract employees.
I guess I'm more impressed that now that we see things has changed. It used to be about what you knew about the job, but to now can you just show up? I mean, that's kind of where we've got to.
But that's a difficult task to teach.
It is, that is true. Back to what you're talking about. Do you think that the local government's restriction on housing designs, that kind of stuff, does that play a big part in what y'all are seeing as far as not having the housing out there?
I think at least from our local area, back in the 2008 when we started up, as I recall moving into the community, there were a lot of efforts at that time, but obviously there were certain other financial things going on.
Sure.
That probably arguably put kind of a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths because they didn't grow the way they had. That's why I stress the importance of business needs to explain how this thing's going to grow. There was no way that I was going to be able to operate the plant at year one at full capacity. It's a process of hiring and training people that you have to go through. How do we communicate those timelines? Well, year one, here's what we expect to happen, 2, 3, 4. That's my point in any kind of expansion of a large business. There is a tendency, and I've seen this in a previous OEM that I personally worked at, there's sometimes an idea, oh, well, this is going to happen overnight, and it doesn't. So you have to have those conversations so that people know how to plan appropriately and don't kind of maybe get soured on when something doesn't occur on time.
Sure. And is that, I guess, working with the local government, I'm sure y'all got a great relationship with them, or maybe you don't, I don't know. But have you seen, like, people that's wanting to come in to build subdivisions and that kind of stuff? Have you heard any of that stuff that maybe and then they've put restrictions on it to where it's not feasible for them to do? Or is it just more infrastructure type issues?
I'm not aware myself of any restrictions from the local government. Our county commissioners and mayors understand that, yes, at current time we have a problem that we've got to resolve. They've been successful in getting, as I had mentioned, several multifamily dwelling home projects off and going. But I've never seen that that's a concern, at least from our area.
Okay.
You will, on occasion, you'll find somebody, well, I don't want this in my part of it, but we've been able to resolve those.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Representative, thank you, Representative Ridley. Representative Momtahan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, President Countess, for speaking with us today. I did have a question about some of the homes that you've seen that have been successful. Obviously, for a small community to come together, and you have such a large plant there, there has to be a level of acceptance of, hey, this is the, almost, I think somebody said yesterday in Milltown, what you said, there are several multi-tenant housing facilities coming out. What were the facets of the success of those? What would you say, this is why they were successful, this is why they were approved? Understanding that likely many aren't approved, what made those successful? How were they able to kind of navigate the waters where maybe there was some resistance and reach success?
I think the communication between, whether it be my business or other large employers in the area, expressing difficulty in finding people within the local area and the need to pull from outside our normal labor shed areas, they were able to bring in contractors or developers to get those projects reignited. And so far that has been very successful. Troup County has experienced significant growth, not only from our expansions, but they've also brought in some additional companies. And so realizing how many open positions have to be filled within the next coming years kind of reignited that, I guess, energy behind that we've got to get these things done. I have to say our council people, our commissioners, mayors, et cetera, we're all collaborating together, but there are things that I, from a business, need to also do to help give them kind of a vision of the future so that we're not always at the end trying to correct something afterwards.
If I may follow up, do you believe that the counties or the municipalities, where they're not going to see a positive, or maybe they understand it not to be a positive? So let's say the Kia plant is in Troup County, but Meriwether or Harris or others who are saying, well, that's fine and great, but we don't have the Kia plant in our county. and so we're hesitant to build multi-tenant who may create a drain, a $30 million, sewer expansion. Is that maybe where you're seeing the most resistance, is in the counties that you don't maybe directly positively impact with, revenues of property taxes and otherwise?
I would answer it this way. One, we would need to improve our own communication with the outlying counties. And there's some where it's better than others. That's on us. But those outlying counties also are where some of the existing supplier support reside. So yes, there are opportunities there. Is the employment base maybe as large as what it is near our plant? Certainly it's not, but they have seen some good growth from recruitment of these individual suppliers.
But thank you. If we can pull down the facets of what's successful, then maybe we can help, that can be a catalyst to further growth. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bazemore is joining us today by Zoom, and so she has a question. Representative Bazemore.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Countess, for your presentation. My question is, has Kia, I heard your concerns, and I heard yesterday presenters say that some organizations will invest in building for their employees to stay. So has Kia considered investing in building homes or collaborating with others to do such in order for you to get the employees that you need?
The answer to that question is yes. We have explored something there is a model actually in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, about so-called dorm housing.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, where our headquarters is in Korea, there's a kind of a similar model there. So yes, we have had those discussions. We've also had those discussions with the county and the city. Is this a potential option? The reason we did it, or at least looked into it too, is this changing request or desire of the workforce is what we saw was very different. I want to come and live 5 days a week in Troup County, do my job, but then I want to return to Atlanta because I like the lifestyle of Atlanta. And it was kind of an eye-opening event, to be quite honest. We have had conversations with a particular company. We have made no decisions about whether to do that or not. I know that the county and the city have also looked into it, but they would have to speak to as to where they are on it. One last comment, if I can, to that. The thing that we learned out of that from talking to these style livings too, the companies that do this preached heavily that you have to create a community where people want to live. Not only for the point of not presenting a bad image, kind of just a brick and mortar, here it is, but if you have a community, one, people are going to stay and have a tendency to also stay within that community when a house comes open or they're able to afford it, whatever their circumstances are. But it's developing the relationship with the individuals at which they're working with.
And I agree with you on that point, because that's similar to what Cholas did in Fayette, and I have a portion of Fayette in my district. And so they really did build it up to entice people to stay because they offer more than just the housing. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I see no other questions. I did have one. Did I understand correctly? And of course, you're talking about what I learned a few months ago when I first heard the term soft skills. I didn't know what that meant. I thought that meant good writing skills or good communication skills. And then I learned, no, it's that you have to come to work every day on time. And so that is troubling to many of us who thought that is something you don't have to teach somebody. But apparently it is. In that vein, is it, am I hearing you correctly, that long commutes for the workers tend to add to the problem of absenteeism and not being on time and those sort of things?
It absolutely can add to it. If you have individuals, which again we do, driving from Coweta, and I actually think we have some that are driving from outside the outskirts by the airport. It does cause problems. If there's an accident, it's going to become problematic for them. And then if you're doing that 5 days a week and we run a 3-shift model, what contributes to that is their work schedule currently changes every 4 weeks. And so that certainly arguably has other impacts on it. Now we are correcting that for what it's worth to this committee. We're going to a set shift pattern, so it should be more repeatable for individuals. But you know, reliable transportation is a big issue for a lot of people, especially young people that are starting out. They may not have a reliable car. We do see carpooling efforts that come in. We've seen team members that actually have a spouse that operates the transportation company and brings 6 or 8 people to work, and they run a regular bus service. So there's some creative ideas out there that maybe can be expanded on scale size.
So you are operating now 3 shifts a day, 7 days a week?
5 days a week.
5 days a week, 3 shifts a day, 5 days a week. And are you are short of employees right now?
I am still short 100 people. It has, arguably, I think, with current economic conditions going on, there is a realization that some individuals are going to have to return to work. When we started this hiring process, I needed 500 people, and it took me literally 1 year to hire 500 people, and I was still 100 short.
What is the starting salary?
For a permanent direct hire is a little over $17 an hour, and we have what we call a 3-year progression schedule. This is public knowledge. They top out at $24.60 an hour. We have full healthcare, dental benefits provided for them, 401k, so full benefits. If you look at a fully loaded out team member, they're making north of $85,000 a year without overtime.
As a follow-up to Representative Bazemore's question about Kia considering providing housing, I think there's a verse in Ecclesiastes that says there's nothing new under the sun. And it's interesting that topic would be raised now back. We mentioned mill villages yesterday, and of course in our city where I live in Macon, there's some old mill villages there where that's what they did. I had a call, just a little observation, I had a call from a guy in the nursing home industry the other day, and he said, you know, we have a piece of land across the street. We would like to think about building housing for our people so that, you know, they could live right across the street and come to work. Anyway, I'm not pressing Kia to get into the housing business. But I do think that is an interesting thought that y'all have investigated that at all. Because ideally, I think, for a big industry, investing in housing could end up being a good investment. Again, I'm not encouraging you to do that. It's just the real estate broker in me starts thinking about that if you can put the money somewhere, you might get a pretty good yield from having housing. Well, anyway, I think we don't have any other questions. We are honored that you would be with us, and thank you. As one Georgia resident, thank you for coming to Georgia. We are honored to have you here, and thank you for coming today to present to us.
We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, we are right on time, which is the first time since 10 o'clock yesterday we have been, I think. But we are right on time. Our next presenter is Gerald Mitchell, the President and CEO of the Greater Columbus Chamber of Commerce. Is Mr. Mitchell with us? Oh, he's on, I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was on Zoom. Are you there, Mr. Mitchell? He's not there yet.
Yes, Barbara's also supposed to be on the call as well.
Okay, Ms. Barbara Holmes is available, correct?
Yes, good morning. Barbara Holmes, Albany Area Chamber of Commerce.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you for being with us, and please go ahead and present to us.
Sure. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about what we're experiencing in South Georgia as it relates to housing. This is something that certainly communities across our state are tracking, and naturally you are as well, which is why we're gathered here today to talk. It's something that's impacting our workforce. It impacts our economic mobility as well. And so what we're seeing in Dougherty County specifically is that since 2009 compared to 2020, we've seen a 6% decline in home ownership. During that time, we've also seen an increase in home prices. And most of us do like to see an increase in home prices. In Dougherty County here, we've seen 17% in just the last 18 to 24 months, and that's fantastic. But what we lack with all of these moving parts are some true affordable workforce housing options for our residents in the area. And this presents itself in negative ways as it relates to being able to support the economic mobility that we know is so important. We want home ownership for our residents. It impacts our ability to recruit as well. So if there aren't the viable housing options at price points that are truly affordable for entry-level home ownership or our middle economic bracket residents, it presents a hardship. And so we are, what I would say, in early stages of having a full grasp of what affordable housing looks like in our region and in our community, but supporting certainly, policies that make home ownership and affordability a more attractive option, whether that's through home prices or incentives that support affordable housing, workforce housing developments. In Dougherty County, we have an attractive roster of homes, but that middle market is lacking. And so what we're seeing are what would be considered affordable housing go up and up and up. They're not always making it to the market. You're seeing bidding wars, and bidding wars in Dougherty County's real estate market is not what I would say is traditional. And so you're seeing more of that. And so naturally that's increasing the prices and squeezing out home ownership that is truly affordable. And so what we have is an old stock of homes. We have nothing new that is truly affordable for our recent college graduates, for those seeking first-time home ownership. And so again, it is something that's squeezing us, and we're seeing communities across Georgia experience it more heavily than we are in Dougherty County. That's some related to just the explosive population growth in some of our more metro areas. But throughout the country, it's an issue. You're seeing areas in Kissimmee, Florida, Orlando, Florida, where industry is partnering to develop affordable housing because they can't attract the employees because the options aren't there. So appreciate this group looking at it. It is something that we are invested in exploring through our partnership with the Georgia Chamber of Commerce and the new Georgia Hub Communities Council, which is made up of the largest chambers throughout the non-Atlanta metro. So we've all identified this as a priority across the state, impacting our communities to varying levels. And so appreciate again your time in exploring this and working to find solutions that allow Georgians to attain homeownership, that make Georgia an attractive place to continue to live, to continue to work, where of course now for the ninth year in a row, the number one state for business. That includes having stock that most of our population can afford as they seek home ownership. And barring that concludes anything that I have prepared. I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you so much for presenting to us, and certainly your information is excellent to us about the shortage of workforce housing. Is there a price point that you think of about workforce housing that people would buy, I guess? Or I should say, I'm assuming you're including lease people that want to be tenants or that want to lease or buy. You have a shortage of both, I assume.
We do have a shortage of both. Again, we see some in the lower rents, and we see some in the higher rents, and the same thing with actual home ownership. But again, that middle piece, I think for us, Dougherty County has a cost of living that's anywhere between 12 and 14% lower than the national average, which is an asset to us as we're talking about affordability. But again, that piece with affordable housing really is lacking. I would say for us, between the $100,000 to the $150,000 range is what we would consider. It could be a little bit less as well, just because of the market, but something in that area where it's still an attractive neighborhood as well, where the quality of life is where you would expect for that price point. What we're also seeing is is in going back to that economic mobility piece, which really is so important, especially if you're looking at areas in rural Georgia, if you're looking at communities that have historically higher rates of poverty, but people and programs that are trying to move through that economic cycle. We're partnered with our housing authority to really look at this a little bit deeper. But what they have found is, as they're working with their tenants to transition them out of public housing, there isn't a real option for them. And so it keeps people in public or assisted housing longer because there isn't an option for them to explore outside of that. So again, going back to not just making sure that we have the stock for what we would consider more traditional home buyers or renters, but also people that are trying very hard to move through that economic mobility cycle.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Holmes, for an excellent presentation, and thank you for joining us today.
It is my pleasure. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Well, next we have Commissioner Christopher Nunn and Deputy Commissioner for Housing, Tanya Curry. Is she here? She is. Okay, good.
I do need some tech assistance. Can I just plug this in here? Or? Okay, perfect.
Well, for the tech assistance, the chair can't help you, but we have somebody that can.
Thank you for having us today.
We're honored to have you with us. Thank you for being here.
Are both of these on? I want to make sure thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I made this explanation yesterday. I feel like I need to make it again today. When I'm patting at my eyes, I'm not overcome with emotion on the presentation that's being given. My allergies are bothering me. So I made the same explanation yesterday. Well, thank you, Commissioner. It's so good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate
for being
you.
with us.
No, we're delighted, and I'm delighted to be joined by the brains of this organization today as well. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Christopher Nunn, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs. And I want to thank you on behalf of all of the people at DCA for inviting us to speak today, and also for the attention you're giving this important topic. DCA, for those who don't know, in addition to being an important part of the economic development ecosystem, and Stuart and I were together yesterday for exciting announcement down in LaGrange or West Point, but we're also the housing agency for the state. Now that doesn't mean that we have all the answers, but we are involved with a number of programs, and really wanted to bring today to you some of our learnings and some of our experience that are relevant to your study. And I am joined today by my Deputy Commissioner, Tanya Curry, who's responsible for all of the housing programs that DCA is responsible for, and is going to share, we thought we would share a little bit about 3 of our many housing programs and some of the current experience that we have that we've gleaned from those. To level set, I want to start, and let's make sure I want to start with some data that is not mine, but I think is important to have a full understanding. And yesterday you heard a lot about AMI, or area median income. When you talk about housing policy, you can get wonky really quickly, and that is not my intent, but it is important to understand that most all of our housing programs are derived from federal funding, and all housing programs point to a HUD construct, which is called area median income, that gets very granular very quickly and is measured annually on lots of different levels. So on this particular slide, you'll note that they look at number of people in a household along the top. I've shown you 1-person and 4-person households. They capture it literally for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then for along the left-hand side for locales. And so in a metro area like Atlanta, which constitutes 24 counties, all of those counties make up the area. In areas like Bibb County, that's a smaller metro area, but it gets very precise in our counties outside of our metro areas. And this data literally is calculated by HUD every year, and this drives many of our programs in terms of eligibility and in terms of just the lingo that we use as we talk about talk about housing programs. Now, of course, when you talk about income, and this is where I try not, I hate to get wonky talking about housing, because we're really talking about people. Right? We're really talking about Georgians who want to live and work and enjoy the communities in which they reside. I can't remember if Stuart was there, but many of our economic developers were at in a presentation last week, and I borrowed some of this particular data set from them. You know, the discussion was about Georgia's workforce and what that looks like. But I was struck by one of the categories here. So this breaks down Georgia's workforce into all of the various federal industry classifications. You know, and the discussion was about the growth of our workforce and what the trends looked like. But it also included this column of average annual wage. And that's in Georgia, and this is September of 2022 data. You can't see it because of the bright light here, but when we think about programs and at our disposal, and we think about AMI or area median income, you know, those at the higher end of this, you know, typically, you know, benefit from, you know, the you know, macroeconomic conditions in the market and building and so forth. So it wouldn't be fair, and Tanya will remind me, average is just that. There are people that are below these average annual wages. But we're really not as focused on people who own their own businesses and own their own companies and information technology. When you get into that gray area, manufacturing, healthcare and social assistance, education services, you know, those average annual wages start to touch on that area median income. So some are higher, but many are lower. The ones in yellow are particularly interesting. You think about retail, trade, other services. All of these that are in yellow as a single household income would be considered low income at the average annual wage. Okay. I won't belabor that because I want Tanya to actually talk about what we've learned. But, you know, again, at a single household income, all of those would be below or would be considered low income. And that bottom in red, the accommodation and food services, there is no county in the state of Georgia that a two-income household, both earning the average wage in accommodation and food services, would be would eclipse the low income threshold. And so when you look at the yellow and red and think about the fact that that constitutes about a third of our state workforce, you know, the area that we as a state are focused on tend to be those households that are below the area median income, with a variety of programs that target and have different rules and the like. I set that. I apologize for starting with data. I know you got a lot of data last week. I'm going to toss it over to Tanya to talk a little bit about, you know, really three of our programs and some trends that we have experienced over the last couple of years that I think are relevant.
Absolutely. Let me get a little bit closer. I usually don't need a microphone. Good morning, Chairman, committee members, all of our guests, and thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I have some handouts that I'll leave with the committee members a little bit later, but we wanted to talk today about three programs. They fall into about three different categories. They are homeownership, housing and finance development, and then housing assistance. And so we'll talk about the homeownership piece just a little bit. We'll talk about what DCA does to finance affordable housing, and then we'll talk about the housing assistance piece that falls into the categories of rental assistance mostly, really primarily. So the first program is our Georgia Dream program, and many of you have heard about the program. It's our first-time homebuyers program. It allows people that fall into those categories that the commissioner just highlighted to reach that attainable goal of home ownership. And so all of this funding is through our bond issuance process. We issue the state single-family mortgage revenue bonds, and that's a federally structured process. And we work with local lenders to provide this funding for those loans. So The program is available to first-time homebuyers that earn up to 120% of AMI, but again, many of the people that take advantage of this program are well below that, into those lower levels. And we also provide homebuyer education and down payment assistance for those first-time homebuyers. So it really provides, our program provides a backstop to purchase and service the loans that these borrowers undertake. You can see here just a snapshot from the map of where the lenders are and the coverage that we have around the state. We have 70 plus lenders that work with us, and they are absolutely our partners in providing this program. They have many other products that they are able to service, but they also believe in this concept of providing this first-time homebuyer opportunity. And so on this map, it shows about 82 counties where we have administered the program, and the top 20 locations are, and just some numbers of loans within 2021 and 2022 where home buyers have taken advantage of this program over that time period. Okay, so here's a little bit more detail from 2022, and here just some of the highlights. You'll see here that the line graph in the top middle reflects our annual production, and you'll note that there's kind of a drop down and a drop off in 2021. That's a trend that was driven, quite a bit by us working through the pandemic. Additionally, we had a program that I know you all are very familiar with, the Hardest Hit Fund, that ran from about 2009 up until 2020, and that really increased production across the state and in 18 states across the country because the federal government provided a significant amount of assistance to bring homeowners current on their mortgages and to bring them back into compliance so they could stay in their homes. That program ended in 2020, and that's separate and apart from the mortgage assistance program that we have going now that was part of the stimulus, but that was a separate program, and so those levels dropped down certainly. They also dropped down because of the lack of affordable housing stock in that price range, right? So you can see here just some of the numbers that we have. Our average sales price was about $173,000 in the program, average loan amount, the average income, again, which ties back to those points that the commissioner just highlighted. And you will note that these are borrowers who are doing very well. They're very committed to getting into their first homes. They have great credit scores. About 706 is the average. Some are even higher than that. And the average borrower age is about 37. So as you know, we serve families across communities all across Georgia, and it really is a great program for people to get started and get in their first home. One other point on this slide is just the down payment assistance piece. We provide $7,500 as a standard amount for down payment assistance, but then we are able to provide a little bit more for our PIN and our choice programs. The PIN program stands for Protectors, Educators, and Nurses. It's important to note that those are just kind of acronyms to make the kind of highlight the program, but you can work in any aspect of law enforcement, education, or medical services. And so it's a great program, and they're able to access a little bit more funding. And then the choice program is available to applicants with disabilities or those who have a disabled descendant in their household. So it just gives a little bit more on the down payment side. Moving along just a little bit to the macro levels to talk about some of the things that DCA has really continued to try to do to stretch the capacity that we have. We don't have a lot of tools and a lot of levers, but we do have some. And so you'll note there that we increased the purchase price limits in 2021, and the metro area is noted there, and the rest of the state, the limits for those areas. So it was $325,000 and then $275,000 in 2021 through today. Tomorrow, the purchase price limits are increasing just a little bit, and we've broken them out to allow for the different levels that are allowed by the federal law. And so you see we've broken them out here into some metropolitan areas and also into some specific counties and to the rest of the state. And I won't read through those levels, but you will see that there is an increase there. And the reason why there's an increase is obviously because the price of homes has increased. And so our borrowers were somewhat priced out of the market, not able to find a home, but then also not able to find a home in that price range. And so raising these limits allows us to provide a little bit more capacity in the housing stock for them to be able to access those homes. And we know that the lenders that I referenced just a little while ago are excited about this. We, of course, preview this to them, and they know that it's coming. And so they're able to work with their borrowers and people in their communities that they know are trying to get into the program and use these funds. And so we're expecting, a good demand for just a little bit of a splurge or a surge, if you will, when we release these amounts tomorrow. Okay, so that was all home ownership that I just mentioned just a little bit. The next area that we wanted to highlight today was our affordable housing financing piece. And so that's where we are rehabbing or developing, for the most part, multifamily housing. There is a small component that rehabs the single family side as well. But this area is very important to us because this is where we are maintaining, rehabbing, and developing new affordable housing in the multifamily space. And so I think we heard yesterday, I was able to listen in just a little bit from the Atlanta Regional Commission, and their data suggests that in Metro Atlanta alone, we've lost more than 60,000 units of affordable housing, and that spans, across the state. Our only tool that we currently have at DCA and in the state to support preservation and expansion of this housing stock is our tax credit program. And so these tax credits are federally funded credits that our state matches, and the credits enable a public-private partnership that we have with developers that has existed since the 1980s. And that program gives that tax credit to the developers and allows them to include that in their capital stack as they're developing and rehabbing multifamily housing. So, our mandate here and what you all are studying is affordability, so I won't get into a lot of the details about how that works, but it's important to note that development, whether it's for new construction or rehab, really falls into two categories that we're working on, and it ties back to the slide of the professions and the incomes. We're talking about senior housing and workforce housing and family housing in all of those categories. And in both cases, the tenants are paying a monthly rent that is fixed at a certain affordable level based on, again, that area median income that we referenced in the beginning. So when AMI rises, when their amount of area median income goes up, the rent goes up, and residents have to provide those income levels at a threshold point when they're entering this housing. And so it's an important part of what we're able to do in the state with this particular tool. So I bring this up also to note because the demand for those credits and for our volume cap and for all things related to this program has increased exponentially over the past several years. I can't get into the details because we're starting a funding round right this second, but I can tell you that we received almost $2 billion in interest in the process for the upcoming 2023 round of tax credit funding. Now, of course, many of those applications, some of them will fall out, but that's a really big number, and it's certainly the largest number that we've seen to date. And so we know that there are developers out there interested in accessing the program, increasing affordable housing, and we're charged with going through that competitive process to identify them and make sure that every ounce of the program is used. All right, the last item is our rental housing vouchers, and you all know this probably as Section 8. It's called now Housing Choice Voucher Program, and it is just that. It is a voucher program where residents are able to receive a voucher and then go find housing. It's important to note that we don't make that connection for them. They get the voucher, and they can actually go anywhere in the state. They actually can take that voucher to someplace else in the country if it's a regular voucher, and so that's called porting in. It's porting out if they're taking the voucher somewhere else, and porting in if they're coming into our state. DCA in 2021 added 5,000 applicants to our waiting list. We know that it's not quite the voucher, but it's the step before the voucher. So once you get on the waiting list, then you're able to make your way forward to receive that voucher. 3,000 of those were in the northern region of the state, and 2,000 were in the southern region of the state. But you can note the demand there. There were 43,000 people that applied for that particular type of piece of assistance. Historically, we've managed between 14,000 and 15,000 vouchers. That number comes from HUD. And currently we have about 1,035 families that have vouchers that are unable to find housing. So that's not the wait list. That's people that actually have a voucher and they're looking for a unit somewhere across the state. We also, as part of the stimulus program, received 798 emergency vouchers. These have had limited use, again, because you might have a voucher, but you don't have any place to go with it. We've been trying every creative thing that we can. Some jurisdictions have been able to apply it to tiny homes and all sorts of creative funding to use those emergency vouchers. We still have them. They're still available, and they are dispersed as we can, try to match people up in that regard. So some of the things that we've done in our stretch in this capacity is that we have expanded our landlord kind of outreach, because there are many landlords in the state that are not part of this program. They might be able to benefit from the program because basically this is a federal subsidy that's paying a portion of the rent. It's paid directly to the landlord. It's guaranteed income on that property. And usually, in most instances, when families get into this housing, they are able to meet their obligations and pay their rent. So from a landlord perspective, it is a very steady process. And so we are reaching out to do more landlord briefings, actually hired a staff person to be responsible for that. She's one person for the whole state, but she knows that she's going to be kind of on the road and all around. And so that we're hoping to, that increases some landlord participation in this program. And then we also launched an incentive program in the third quarter of just this year. And what that involves is HUD gave us some additional monies where we can incentivize landlords to participate. Say, for example, it's for things like damages and updates when someone moves out. Usually if you're a landlord, when someone moves out, you've got to paint, maybe put in some carpet. So HUD actually has provided some funding for those services to be able to refresh the units when someone else is moving in. Thanks.
Thank you, Tanya. And if I could make two quick points before questions. One, I do think it is important to understand the distinction between housing tax credit development and vouchers. So tax credit development, and each of these, actually the bottom three are all in rural Georgia. The one on the far right-hand side is about 6 miles from the new Hyundai development. This is a community that was very out front on how do we provide housing for workforce in our community. Two of these involve some historic credits as well, because they're historic rehabs. But the tax credit program effectively sets rent at a percentage of area median income. You're responsible for paying that rent. On the voucher side, this is a rental subsidy. And I know yesterday a question came up from Representative Efstration about, there was one of your presenters that talked about the fact that 1 in 7, I believe that was the number of households in the state, spent more than 50% of their household income on housing. And I believe the question was, is that inclusive or exclusive of voucher assistance? 1 in 7 households in Georgia and the number of vouchers that are available in our state are vastly different numbers. And so, I remember in the November prior to the pandemic, so that would have been November of 19, we had a 3-day window where our wait list opened, and there were 80,000 people that put their names or tried to get on a wait list, and we pulled 5,000 names. You see here, 43,800 that applied, and we were able to put 5,000 people on a wait list, to then get vouchers, for whom, more than 1,000 of those still can't find homes. I just thought it was important to distinguish that, and also wanted to respond to the Representative Abstration's question. And I don't know if he's on the phone online or not. With that, we're happy to entertain any questions. And again, I thank you so much for having us to come and speak with you today.
Well, thank you for being here, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner. Very informative, and we do have some questions. Representative Ridley.
Thank you for being here today. Just a couple questions that came up kind of through there. Yesterday we heard from the Code Advisory Committee, I think is what it's called. And can you tell us anything about the code adoption process, how we can make sure that these international codes are right for Georgia?
Yeah, absolutely. I can speak briefly to that, and that's the other side of our shop, and I'd be happy to have them come back in at a later point in time. The way that process works, as you're familiar, and I may be off, I believe there are 7, there may be 11 international codes that exist, and those are updated every 3 years. We don't just take a blanket approach of saying Georgia's going to adopt, all these codes as is. In fact, and I think we do this better than most states, and I hear this from a lot of folks, but we have a State Codes Advisory Committee that is a subcommittee of our board, and it involves literally all of the various trades that are involved in in construction. So it involves, city, county, fire code, electrical engineers, developers, general contractors. They meet on a regular basis, to review, each of those codes on a schedule and to make adoptions that make sense for Georgia.
Okay.
And so they bring forth the minimum state codes, that we put forth, and then local governments have the ability to adopt those, to amend those at the local level. Of course, we are a state of local control, so that's the way that works. And if you've got specific questions, I would be happy to come back and bring. So our colleague Rusty Haygood, who is the Deputy Commissioner for all of our community development, is responsible for that. Ted Miltiades runs the State Codes Advisory Committee and is again constantly reviewing those.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just one more thing, and it may fall under that.
Yeah.
There, have you seen any efforts to do like a cost analysis, cost benefit analysis on new regulations that's coming in? And I guess follow up to that question is, have you seen any, I guess, mandates outside the scope on locals, like local kind of going outside of the standard mandates? But as you said, I guess they can kind of adjust those as you want.
That's right. I would say anecdotally, there are examples, but I would really love to defer to my team that is delving in. On the cost benefit piece, I know there's been lots of discussion about that, and that is certainly something that our team tries to inject into the discussion among all of the professions before we bring things forward. We also have had some amendments that we have, or some concessions that we have had to make because of supply chain challenges over the last couple of years. So we aim to be responsive to these issues. On the question about how locals might deviate from the process, because they do have to report to us if they are doing that, I'd love to defer to the team and follow back up with you on that.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Momtan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for joining us today. I had the pleasure of working with the office on those codes. We had a issue in Paulding County where there was a requirement of a certain type of arc fault interrupting device, and it was not working for many different devices.
The GCFI breakers, I believe, if I recall.
That's right. That's right. And the new code had required those arc faults, and they just weren't working. and
Right.
we had plenty of homes and people that were waiting in, hotels and otherwise waiting to get in their homes, and they
Right.
couldn't get a CO without them. So we appreciate the teamwork that it took to overcome that obstacle and get those people in their homes and get the homes built. Going forward, I guess, are y'all maybe taking a slow roll going forward on some of these newer codes that that they're trying to adopt? Obviously, when you try to put that kind of new technology in a supply chain crisis, that can cause these kinds of issues. Have you will that perspective started to kind of slow roll some of these codes?
Yeah, so good question. And if I remember the specific instance that you were talking about, that had both that had a supply chain issue, but it was also a fundamental engineering issue. And I appreciated the fact that we were, that was brought to the attention, and we were able to amend that code. And I believe we were, somewhat of a leader. We may not have been the first state in the nation to address that because of timing, but that's been an issue that has been addressed in the international codes, by many states. In terms of slow roll, there's actually a methodology for reviewing the international codes. So they come out again on an every 3-year basis. We don't take them up, right out of the gate. Our team is reviewing, I think, 3 of those a year, over time. And so we always try to be very thorough and very methodical as we review those. But in the case of the breaker that you talked about, that was an important catch that we amended very quickly.
Well, thank you for that. I did have an additional question, Mr. Chairman, if you allow. On the housing choice vouchers, I know that are those tied to income, or their thresholds up or down?
Yes, they're absolutely tied to income, and they tie back to those area median income levels. And so there's an annual certification that happens. And certainly a tenant can come, they're not frequently coming forward to say my income has gone up. But if we are made aware that income has gone up, or if a family member or someone joins the household, then that income has to be verified. And if income has gone up, then the voucher amount is adjusted, and they pay more and the subsidy is less.
What are those thresholds that you've seen in the state as far as, minimums and maximums?
I'd have to get back to you on the exact, because they tie back to those levels, and they also tie by jurisdiction. So there's kind of a big kind of chart that goes, but like, I don't know if it goes county by county or more region by region, but we certainly can share that with you.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I know Tanya always hates it when I talk off the cuff, so
Go ahead.
she's gonna. But I think
Give a range.
generally speaking, if you went back to that first slide
Yeah.
that I laid out, so the home ownership program that she talked about, Georgia Dream, goes up to about 120% of AMI.
Yeah.
Now, as she said, that could be 50% AMI if you have been diligent and saved saved money and, demonstrated the ability to get into a home.
Right.
Housing stock is the issue right now, right? With the tax credit developments, 60 to 80% of AMI is kind of the upper end threshold.
Right.
And then
With the voucher.
generally speaking, with the vouchers, 50% is the threshold.
Yeah,
on
that
the-
would be a good generalization.
and that's that's just to give you kind of a general idea. If you want specifics, we can get back to you on that.
So if you're making that amount 50 or below, you're going to be in a position to apply
To the wait list.
to the wait list. Yeah.
That's right. And so those are block grants, federally funded. They come through and flow through DCA. Is that correct?
Yes, the majority of them come through HUD, also through Treasury.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bazemore has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. My question is along the same lines about the voucher. You talked about the emergency vouchers that you have. I think it was 798 available. Is there a reason that there are that many available that people are not taking advantage of? Is it that they don't have an appetite for it?
I'm sorry, Representative, we did not quite get you on when you started your question. I hate to ask you to repeat it. Can you start over with the question, because we did not hear it?
That's fine. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for your presentation. And I wanted to follow up on a question about your vouchers. I believe you said early on in your presentation that you had 798 vouchers left, emergency vouchers. Is there a reason why that many is still available? Is it because individuals don't have an appetite for it, or is there another reason? And just to follow up, also, is there an expiration time on these vouchers?
Yes, that's a great question. Thank you, Representative Bazemore. We have those vouchers. The reason why we still have those vouchers is mostly because there's some specific limitations that are tied to kind of the emergency pandemic process. So it has to have been a result of the pandemic type of situation. So that's one reason. The housing stock is, is another reason. People just are using all methods to really try to seek the housing that they need. And then how long they're available. They are available through the end of this calendar year, but we do believe that HUD's going to extend those vouchers to some period of time. In fact, that's already coming forward that they're going to be extended. And so we're really just seeking to utilize those across the state. Thank you for that question.
And Representative Bazemore, first, I have to apologize. We're looking at your face on screen. I have no idea where the camera is, so I
Yeah,
apologize if I'm
right.
not addressing
We're
you.
looking that way.
No,
But
I see you looking at the screen.
okay, oh, you're
There you
over
are.
here. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Further to what Tanya said, about 3/4 of those emergency vouchers that have been issued, people are still looking for places to live. So, I mean, there's a fundamental stock issue here that I wanted to address.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Commissioner, I did have a question. I heard the other day, is there consideration or is there something underway for a tax credit program for single-family rentals in rural Georgia in particular? I heard something about that the other day.
So if that were the case in the legislature, I'm guessing you would be telling me, as the policymakers, there was some focus on this at the federal level.
Right.
There was a program, and there's been interest in this for a number of years. Senator Isaacson and I talked a lot about this, given his focus on housing, and I think that there was general bipartisan support for a program like that. That bill was tacked on to Build Back Better, and so I don't know what the current status is, but that was that's kind of where that stood.
Yeah.
So that comes out of from the federal level,
right.
and then is just distributed across the country to the various states. How do we get our share of that money?
Well, it would be the same way that the federal housing tax credit for multifamily works today. At least that's our understanding. I have met, with my, other 49 state colleagues, with Treasury, with HUD. I mean, this is a policymaker decision at this stage, and so nothing has, we on the executive branch side have not started, developing that, nor have our colleagues in Washington. So there's a lot of TBD there, but that's what I believe you're referring to. It's the only program that I'm familiar with.
Right. Well, I just heard about it briefly, and it was interesting to me, and I think
Absolutely.
it would be a great
Well,
program.
we've definitely
Support it.
stayed very attuned to that. From an interest standpoint, it's I look at the folks on the committee around the table, whether it's rural Georgia, North Georgia, South Georgia, Metro Atlanta, Metro Savannah, Metro Columbus, Metro. There's not a part of our state that this is not a challenge and not an issue. Stuart was with us this morning. There's not an employer that I talked to on the economic development front for whom this is not a challenge and an issue. So any tool that might be, as Tanya said, the housing tax credits are the only tool in the public arsenal, to assist with financing development of housing or rehab of housing. And so, the notion of a new program is something we're very, very attuned to.
Well, thank you again, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner.
Thank
We're
you.
honored to have both of you. Very informative. We appreciate all the hard work you do, and thank you for everything you do for our state.
Thank you.
Thank you
being
very
with us
much.
Appreciate you.
Next, we have Gerald Mitchell, President and CEO of the Greater Columbus Chamber. He was not available earlier, but he is available now online, I believe. Are you there?
I am.
Mitchell?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Thank you. Please present to us.
Hey, good morning. Again, my name is Gerald Mitchell. I'm the president and CEO of the Greater Columbus Chamber of Commerce, and we also operate the Columbus Development Authority. But again, I've heard a lot from Commissioner Nunn that I agree with, and that challenge related to housing in terms of supply and affordability are challenges that we grapple with, and we want to continue to work with partners, build partnerships, build and strengthen policy that again help us and would-be developers begin to solve this problem. I come at this concern or this challenge from a couple of unique perspectives. One being in the role that I'm in, having responsibility for both the Chamber of Commerce and the business environment, but also in my role with the Development Authority, having responsibility for the attraction of new opportunities to our community. Further, prior to being in this role at the Columbus Chamber of Commerce and Development Authority, I also previously was the head of economic development for the Atlanta Beltline, where we also in the core or heart of the city of Atlanta dealt with the same challenge. And those challenges are certainly related to supply, related to affordability. And one of the things that sometimes I think may not get added to the conversation is the diversity of housing product, whether that be market rate housing, executive housing, or whether that be workforce housing, or frankly, low to moderate income housing as well. So again, we're seeing that be a challenge on multiple fronts. We are working for ways that we can continue to build a supportive environment that helps us address this challenge as it relates to overall supply, and then again, working to build and strengthen partnerships. So again, I would echo the sentiment of the commissioner, and I'm sure many others, that this is something that we're certainly welcoming the increased or enhanced visibility of as it relates to an issue that we all have to work together on. But certainly welcoming new tools that can be driven into service that further accelerate our ability to address the housing needs or challenges. Again, as we work with economic development projects or prospects, we do get questions or thoughts or expressions from the executives with companies that may be interested in expanding to or locating in Georgia. And they ask the question, they say things like, we will be able to, as the executive team or senior team of our company, will be able to afford the type of housing that we want. But we are very curious about where our people will live and will they be able to afford that. So again, this is something that has become increasingly prevalent in the discussion around economic development. And we're certainly, again, willing and supportive of efforts to address it, to make our state better. I'll stop there, but that is effectively my experience at a high level with regard to the issue, and I'm happy to fill in any holes or address any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. In looking, I do not see a question presently, but thank you so much for joining us and for your information.
It's my pleasure, and thank you to the committee as well.
Next, we have Daniela Perry to present to us. She is Vice President of the Georgia Chamber Foundation. And so we are delighted to have you, Ms. Perry. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity to be with the committee. I'm grateful that you were able to hear from some of our members today with our local chambers, from the Albany Area Chamber, Columbus Chamber, as well as from Stuart Countess, the President and CEO of Kia Georgia. Wanted to share just a few remarks kind of from the Chamber's perspective, what we're seeing across the state in terms of how this is impacting the business community and our workforce. So, thank you. Obviously, yesterday we had some incredible news with the Georgia being named the top state for business for the 9th year running, which is an incredible reputation that we take very seriously. On the screen, you'll see the totals for economic development that Governor Kemp mentioned, I guess about a month or so. But really want to highlight here is the just incredible growth that we've seen. In a very unprecedented economy, we have 53% more jobs than prior records, 94% investment above those prior economic development records. And when we're looking at the state as a whole, being the statewide chamber, of course, 85% of those investments and more than 30,000 jobs are outside of Metro Atlanta, which is tremendous. We want to see this growth, you know, everywhere from Dalton to Sea Island. We want to see this growth, obviously West Point to Augusta. This is something that's incredible. We're very, very proud, and we're so appreciative of the leadership in the state that have focused on a pro-growth, pro-investment environment. But of course, we still have some challenges ahead of us. You'll see the graph shows the number of job openings by quarter. We've been tracking this since 2020. You'll see, obviously, Q1 2020 was kind of pre-pandemic. COVID was not kind of impacting the U.S. In the way that it was afterwards. You'll see Q3 of 2021, there was a big decrease. That was due to the Delta variant. But of course, it's been a huge upward climb from Q1 of 2020 to where we are today, with more than 469,000 job openings in the state this quarter. Consistently, registered nurses, software developers, and tractor-trailer truck drivers are what we're seeing as those openings. And again, this has been kind of every quarter. These are always kind of the top three. So of course, very, very different skill levels, different kind of income levels, different salaries. Just wanted to note that there are around 155,000 Georgians that are unemployed right now, and that's about 60,000 less than this time last year, which is great. It shows that folks are, you know, finding occupations. But certainly when we're thinking about 155,000 Georgians that are unemployed and 469,000 job openings this quarter, there's a large disparity there. So long and short, our workforce has to grow. We have to grow more workers. We need to be able to produce that talent. We need to be able to recruit, retain, but all these folks obviously have to have a place to live. So you'll see here from 1980 to 2022, our state added 5.2 million new residents. By 2032, we're projected to add another 1.2 million. On the graph here, you'll see two. Housing starts is the green line, red is U.S. interest rates, and blue is home prices. So again, home prices, interest rates continue to drastically increase, and those housing starts have decreased substantially over the last year. Also, kind of a key thing to note is that Georgia has fewer construction workers on average than we should, and that gap is only projected to increase. So as we're thinking about the fact that we've already seeing tremendous workforce demand that we cannot meet at this point, our state's only projected to grow by population, and we have fewer construction workers than we need. It certainly shows a predicament for the state in terms of how we're going to house enough individuals and how we're going to build the housing stock that can really supply and meet the worker demands that we're seeing across the state. The National Association of Realtors puts together this home buying affordability index. The red line is for middle income earners and the blue is for first-time home buyers. Wanted to highlight these because this is consistently the kind of wage brackets that we're seeing the biggest housing squeeze. So, you know, obviously both are continuing to trend downward in a very similar direction. What we've seen, I think, for the first-time home buyers, there was a 32% decline in their affordability, and for middle-income earners, it was 47 points. What this means basically is that for first-time homebuyers, the average individual has only 68% of the income needed to qualify for a conventional loan. And for middle-income earners, basically, even though their income hasn't changed because of home prices, they've lost a third of their buying power. So as we're thinking about how we're going to continue to meet our current, workforce and population needs, we don't have the housing stock that's able to accommodate first-time homebuyers and middle-income earners. As we're thinking about concerns and considerations of how we're able to kind of dig out of this hole that we're in, certainly don't want to miss the opportunity to highlight the regulatory impact that we've seen in the state. I know Chris Denson with Georgia Public Policy Foundation shared yesterday some of their research, but just wanted to reiterate that nearly 27% of the price of a new home was due to regulatory costs. So as we're thinking about how we bridge this gap for especially our middle income earners and our first time home buyers that are a big part of our workforce, that are really trying to, be the next generation of our talent and are, actively employed in the workforce now, we want to make sure that we're able to really think about all of those aspects that are impacting our housing stock. The biggest differences were from architectural design standards, which is purely kind of the aesthetic purposes, and then OSHA and labor compliance costs. So as we're thinking about opportunities, certainly want to highlight the impact that regulatory is having on Georgians' ability to currently afford a home. And I'll pause there. I know our members kind of tell the story, so I'm grateful that they were able to be with you all, but happy to take any questions about trends that we're seeing in the state.
Well, thank you very much. Excellent presentation. And before I forget,
Yes,
would
sir.
you email your slides
Yes.
to me so I can
Yes,
distribute them to the committee members,
Absolutely.
please? I didn't ask for the previous couple to do that, so we'll go back and ask them, but we would like to have your slides.
Yes, sir.
We do have a question from Representative Ridley.
Okay.
Thank you. I was just wondering, you was talking about the regulatory costs.
Yes.
Can you kind of give us a brief description of what those are, and are we seeing it in all the counties, metro areas? Where is most of that coming from?
Yeah, so absolutely. So they looked kind of like compared Georgia home builders versus the national, and that was really where we were looking at the biggest difference. It is what home builders are doing statewide, so we don't have it broken down, I think, by county, but certainly this is something that isn't just in metro Atlanta or just in rural Georgia. It's across the state is where they're experiencing these. There were different phases, kind of either during the construction phase or during the kind of regulatory side. So there were impact fees that were a part of it, but really the two biggest things that they found of where Georgia was far surpassing the national average or what was happening nationally is the architectural design standards and the OSHA costs. So as we're thinking about where's Georgia an outlier and maybe not in the best way, those architectural design standards, which are really thinking about the aesthetics, if you have certain windows in a community, you only are able to use certain kind of siding products. That's what kind of falls into that. And so certainly, we're thinking about how to make things more affordable. Having less of those regulations would potentially open up opportunities for Georgians.
Well, thank you very much. Any other questions online? Well, thank you so much for your presentation, and I appreciate it very much. It's very informative, and
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. And please email your
Yes, sir.
slides to us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, we have one more presenter before lunch, but I would like to take about a 5-minute stretch break because I want Mr. Konberg to have everybody's attention. I don't want anybody being so sleepy they're not listening. So if you give us 5 minutes, we'll be ready.
like it's working?
Yep, I'm on it. I'm going to put it on the desktop just so it's not even through the net, but I am. Thank you for the help.
Thank you for your flexibility.
No problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, come to order if you will, please. We had a little technical delay, but now we are ready for our next presenter. And then we will break for lunch after that. So the quicker we come to order and convene, the quicker you can get to lunch. So that's always a nice incentive to give you. I'm proud to recognize our next presenter, Mr. Eric Konberg, who is a principal with Konberg Urbanists and Architects. And I must tell you that I love the name of your firm.
Thank you, sir.
And it's very creative, and I'm impressed with that. We're delighted to have him with us, and we look forward to his presentation. So, Mr. Konberg, please present to us.
Thank you, sir. I will move quickly. It's a longer presentation, but I move fast. I'm happy to share afterwards. I had a firm that focused on urban redevelopment and spent a lot of time also doing architecture and the development side and policy making. So we play in a lot of sandboxes. The biggest thing is we do a lot of development math, so we're very math focused on what works from a feasible project standpoint, also for things that look good and work well. So quick introduction to this stuff. We start with demographics you may have heard a little bit of, but what we like to talk about is there's different kinds of household types in terms of buildings that tie with where you're at in your lifespan. You know, when you're under 35, it's very different from peak household from when you're over 65, right? Baby boomers and empty nesters need a different kind of house than peak family. Here's the thing, when based on your age and where you're at, you tend to have different numbers of people in your household. And again, as you age, there are less people in your household. Here's the other thing. When you look at demand for housing type, this is nationally over the next 30 years or 28 years, there's a massive demand for downsizing households, right? There's gonna be a lot more boomers than there are everybody else. As a Gen Xer, we're always, overlooked. Here's another huge thing from AARP. More than 80% of families today are not traditional nuclear families, single parents, individuals, roommates, other forms. Only 20% up make that traditional nuclear family that we think of. 72% of our housing stock is detached single family specifically designed for nuclear families. You can see a pretty stark mismatch here, right? The other thing we love to share is in 1950, average home size was under 1,000 square feet. Today it's 2,500 square feet plus from 2017. You look at the square footage per living space per person, dramatic change. Here's the thing. In the typical American city, over 75% of the land is restricted for only single family use alone. Why do you think we have big single family homes? The vast majority of our cities legislate that's the only thing you can legally build. It's not that complicated, right? You look at most cities, major and small, Sandy Springs is like 85%. You look at Atlanta, these other cities, again, 70 on the low side, you're doing actually really well. New York's 15%, they're an outlier, but most cities restrict the vast majority of their land for only individual houses based on market conditions will be big, right? Builders only build what is legal, not radical statement. And the current system is functioning exactly as designed. It's designed to maximize home value for individual homeowners. It's working great unless you can't afford a home, right? So let's talk about this from a density and place standpoint. And it's not just the cost of the home, it's where you're building, it's infrastructure costs that are huge. You have low density and high infrastructure, you're gonna go bankrupt as a city, it's just a question of when. Right, this is a great slide from our friends at Urban 3. They did a deep dive into Lafayette, Louisiana. They showed in 1949 there was on average 5 feet of pipe per person in the city. And by 2015, they had over 50 feet of pipe per person, a 10 times increase of amount of infrastructure to maintain. That's a great proxy for curb, gutter, streets, everything else. They only had a 3.5 time increase in population, right? That's people paying property taxes, right? That's funding the government, that's funding infrastructure. Much more infrastructure, a lot less people. You wonder why budgets are strained at the local level. Right? Same thing with fire hydrants, same basic deal. You get more infrastructure, less tax revenue, you're heading off a cliff. Right? Urban 3, they're our friends, they have great videos. You want to dig into this, we'll save the link, go to them. But bottom line, low density, large minimum lot sizes, and single family only means higher infrastructure costs per unit, a lot less tax rate per acre, and much more expensive housing flat out. Right? What this looks like, this is a typical 2 scale, and this is a 100 by 150 lot for each of those things right there. You're only at less than 3 units per acre, that's geeky planner math, but you're not that dense. Tons of infrastructure to support with these 2 houses, right? And then you've got like maybe a full nuclear family in one and an aging boomer in the other that doesn't need the house, but he's not moving out because he's got nowhere to go, right? He's got no other housing alternatives, so housing is being wasted, ineffectively in him and all these other people in the community, the nurses, the truck drivers, everybody else is trying to find a place to live here, right? But you also have to pay for the sidewalks, the curbs, the trees, utility poles in some fashion. You got traffic lights, you got street lights, you got water, sewer, storm, paving, You got all that infrastructure to pay for. These two houses are trying to foot the bill for that. They're never going to make it. Even if you take some from the commercial district, it's not going to pan out. But oh wait, we have services, right? We got police, fire, schools, trash, right? There's no wonder they can't pay enough to cover all these costs. They're subsidized by other users in the city. Those users can't subsidize them enough and use that's the commercial core, right? Put all that together, you got a problem. So what we talk about with cities around the country is, hey, what happens if you start to modify and improve your single family regulations to start to allow accessory cottages, granny flats, and otherwise, and reduce minimum lot sizes? You can take that same land and have much more productive uses and have a range of housing types and house everybody in that picture that's missing, right? Zoning is the core problem here. I'm going to push back on the wonderful lady from talking about architecture regulations and OSHA. Those exist, but that's not the core issue that's driving up housing prices, full stop. It's zoning, right? Sprawl is a sprawl construct. I'm not trying to pick on suburbia, but it doesn't work in terms of providing housing effectively. We've built out as much as we can. It's too expensive and it's not replacing itself from a financial standpoint. We have to find ways to incentivize infill, and this is for small towns and major cities. There's no other way around this, right? It can look nice. This is one of the projects self-developed. It doesn't have to be bad. And you could argue this is what architectural standards get you: nice looking houses in close quarters that is beneficial to the community, right? So it can, and here's, let me go back. Simple duplex. This is two households living side by side touching. That works pretty darn well. And they could have never afforded to live in this community if not for the smaller size and the attachment, right? Otherwise, I'd been in $1 million house, right? It was two $500,000 houses full out. That's how young couples are afford to live in the city of Atlanta, right? This is what a small ADU granny flat looks like in the backyard. This is another one of our projects. Simple, small, cute. And we did a quick case study we were asked to share when we're putting this together. This is an example in a small community inside Atlanta to look at infill and costs. We showed, hey, if we have one lot under current zoning and do one small, modest 2-bedroom, 2-bath house, which nobody builds anymore, it would have cost $350,000 running all the numbers in 2019. Let's put a 20% appreciation for 2022. That's now $418,000 for a 2-bed, 2-bath. That is so unattainable for so many people, and that's just cost. That's just the numbers, right? No fluff. That's where it's at. We showed and got a zoning approval to say, look, if we take the same lot, cut up into 4 small parcels, can do some. Oh shoot, that's. There we go. Okay. We cut into 4 small parcels and do 4 small cottages. Then that 2-bed becomes less than $300,000, and 3 small 1-bedroom cottages, great for downsizing seniors, sell for $162,000. That's what attainable housing looks like. We bumped it up 20% for today's numbers just to see. It's still expensive, but it's still also attainable compared to like $450,000 for a standard 2,000 square foot home in new development. I want to hit some policy approaches really quick. First comment: when you find yourself in a hole, you stop digging, right? And so SB 1405, there's several requirements in this law, the posting requirements and the notifications in particular. Some of my staff was presenting at GPA, the Georgia Planning Association conference the other day, heard a couple towns in South Georgia have scrapped all their zoning reform plans. They can't afford the signs to post to let the city know. They can't afford the staff time or the actual signs. There's that much posting requirements, right? They're scrapping their ability to try to fix affordability because of this new mandate, right? It's problematic, right? For City of Atlanta, this is sort of their own problem, but there's a specific requirement for special administrative permits. Atlanta needs to stop doing those, but in the meantime, they're completely screwed because they can't keep up with all the new requirements either. So Atlanta's under the gun with these new regulations as well. So you want to talk about deregulating, releasing regulatory burden? Let's undo what you all just did. Other things, these are examples. I don't expect you to do them, but I want to show what policies look like that would have an effect. We try to calibrate to cities that have certain requirements, like lots with municipal water and sewer. That's really critical. We're not talking septic. And cities over a certain size, 10,000 is an arbitrary number, but it's used by other states. You need to require, by right, attached and detached accessory dwelling units in all residential districts. Full stop. You want to increase housing choice? Produce the amount of housing on each lot legally allowed. Stop letting cities restrict that. And a couple of key points under restrictions that could, if the cities require owner occupancy, if they require parking, or if they want you to get a special use permit, it's for naught, right? The housing's not going to come, right? You want to make the regulations work. Don't let cities put those requirements onto this recommendation. The other thing we like to say, and this, like for the other example, minimum lot sizes are crushing, right? I tried to calibrate to what I thought was a reasonable minimum lot size, because when we have a huge minimum lot size and it's only one house, you are burning land in your city core, right? And so you may say, whoa, that seems tiny. Like when you have half acre, this is insane, right? And again, this isn't for everywhere, right? Let's maybe say like maybe not in outskirts of Gwinnett, but in core downtowns near main streets, whether you're in Monroe, Georgia, whether you're in Albany, whether you're in Atlanta, right? I'm not saying everywhere, but these are ways that are critical to allow more housing to come. There's no way around it. And then the other thing this is fascinating, I don't expect you to do this either, but some new reporting is coming out that cities that have a preponderance of at ward or district kinds of city council seats have massively less housing permitted in their cities, right? The NIMBYs tie into the district chairs or the district positions, stop housing in your city. Cities that have a preponderance of at-large districts have a lot more housing produced. I know we're, home rule, all that stuff, but when I see SB 1405, I'm going to throw some stuff back as ideas for y'all to think about. I don't expect this to happen, but understand how we govern at the local level and legislate has a direct impact on the housing that is allowed or not. And then the other thing I hate is unfunded mandates. And when a city has to go through a bunch of posting and all this extra requirements to change zoning laws, they have no budget. They can't fix themselves, like I just mentioned. I saw in the Georgia Chamber there's some ARPA grant money floating around. It said to help cities be innovative, like help cities fund them to do this. We talked to a lot of small towns. They've got one person that's head of buildings, head of zoning, and like code enforcement in 4 other positions, and they're barely trained in 1, right? That's why they can't afford the signs, they can't afford the staff, they're drowning, right? So when you require all this stuff to slow down housing production, it's really effective. It works, right? That's what I got.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Konberg. Very impressive.
I cut it down from about 150 for y'all.
Well, that's okay. Very, very impressive. And I think you may have been an auctioneer in your former life.
Possibly, sir.
But I'm just teasing, but you did a great job of putting a lot of information in front of us. Very quickly, we do have a question from Representative Montahan, and then I have a couple of observations.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Konberg, thank you so much for that presentation. I do not speak that fast, so please bear with me. You may have to slow your gears down just a hair to catch up with me. But we're looking at some of those homes, and I think one of the facets that I'm seeing is they're all super nice. So if you could flip back to those homes.
Yeah.
There we go. Perfect example. We see the eaves of the house have, quite a significant architectural standard to them. You see the roof is not a 3-tab type shingle. You see that the exposed beams for the rafters on the home. You see the solid wood doors. What are presumably wood windows. You've got a paver driveway. You've got a paver sidewalk. You've got structural beams and posts on the outside of the porch. You've got metal balusters. You have on that building, you have circular types of gutters, round gutters, as they would say, painted.
Technically, you got everything right but that one.
What is that?
The downspouts around, the gutters.
The gutters, not.
Gutters
It's downspout, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So downspout.
yeah. But you're good on everything else.
Now listen, this is something you designed, didn't you?
Yeah.
It's beautiful. When you designed that building, was that part of an agreement, or a requirement from that city or municipality for design standards?
It was not. It was
so
not.
What was this?
This is City of Atlanta, and this was meeting the market, right? And so this was me determining what the market would want to see or need to see for the price point, but also for the compactness and the density.
Okay.
And the point I want to make is the denser you are, the nicer you need to be.
Okay. So my question would be, would they permit it to be in the city of Atlanta, today? Would they permit that to be a, 4-sided, just, I guess, a vinyl-sided, PVC windows, and would they permit that in Atlanta or no?
Under base zoning, they'll permit that, but the 2 regulations that I deeply want to put a point at that builders often complain, it's less about the actual materials, and so like I'm kind of like space for that with vinyl or brick or whatever. Like we're sort of material agnostic. This is all hardy too, nothing fancy but hardy there. But one of the requirements that's really important for the city of Atlanta is they added is that garage doors can't be up at the front face, right? You got to put the garage door back a bit. Builders squawk at that, but it makes a huge difference in the quality of the neighborhood and the streetscape. And the other thing they said is if the neighborhood has porches, you got to provide a porch, right? And so I'm not going to squawk about vinyl or whatever, but porches matter. Putting your garage in the right place matters, right? So not all regulations should be considered the same.
do you think that all of these should be equal? Do you think that every community should have the same design standards?
No, they should be. I think some flexibility is there. The other warning I'll have, talking to North Carolina and cities there, state legislature passed a law, I think something similar that's being considered here, preventing any kind of design standards for cities. It really ties the hands of cities that are trying to increase design standards when they're trying to increase density, right, and provide more housing options.
Well, that's exactly where I'm going.
Yeah.
And thank you for, I think you got the read there, and that is, I think for most of us, when we think about higher density and we think about, what eventually it comes, for me, it's always a numbers thing. And that is making sure that they're paying their fair share. Whereas in the infill situation, which we talked about, I think Palisades or Paradise yesterday, they talked about an infill community where they're renovating homes, remodeling older homes, and using prior zonings to allow for 2 family dwellings per lot. In my neck of the woods, we're all greenfield. Everything's new. So every time you add a new student or you add a new home, you're laying new pipe, you're putting in new water, you're adding, or you've got cost to build a school, which is really where our biggest pain's coming from. And when we're crunching the numbers in Paulding, we're seeing a substantial cost for each additional student, especially with building. I think the 2019-2020 number to build a new high school in Paulding was $60 million. We desperately need one. We're totally out of SPLOST funds. We're at the end of our rope financially to afford additional. So that being said, I want to make sure that, I guess I don't have a problem with the density as long as it's helping to achieve the tax neutrality that I think we all want as citizens. What are your feelings on that?
So I'm sad that I cut out a couple slides. We did a lot of analysis for Troop and LaGrange. We're on the team that helped look at the new Unified Development Ordinance a couple years ago for that shop, and they asked me to run some numbers. Right, and I said, here's 6.5 acres inside LaGrange with some of the zoning we're working on to allow for more infill. And we ran the cost, put an alley in, actually had a city street and some street tree sidewalks, all the stuff. Smaller houses, a range of housing types, and the tax cost per unit was, per year under a 50-year capitalization, was like $40, right? It was something basic. We took that same we got in 7 acres, right, or 6.5 acres, said how many acres do we need in Troop with a 2-acre minimum septic? How do we do all this? We ran the numbers, all the pipe, all the sewer, the curb water, all the stuff. We didn't even have a cost for sewage treatment, because for water treatment, because we couldn't even get those numbers. But it was about $3,000 to $4,000 a year per house that is needed just to cover the capital cost of the infrastructure. So where you build, how you've prioritized infill, and how you incentivize infill is massive. Because if you keep doing greenfield and extending out, you're losing on every unit. So the thing is, most municipalities are like, well, we need to penalize or impact fee our way to slow this down, but you don't let anything else happen, right? There's no other alternative. Like if people want to live in Paulding, that's it. So builders pay and the cost goes up. Just your cost to you and cost to them, it's a failed system, right? Where are your core towns? And I'm not that familiar with Paulding, I apologize, but like where are the cities that you can build around, where you can infill, where you've got existing infrastructure in place? And so in that slide, we went from 2 houses to like 20, right? That's a lot for some people, but it's the same amount of curb, gutter, and everything else. Yes, maybe there's more kids, but what's missing is downsizing seniors that want to come to your town and you don't have housing stock for them. Like seniors can be a gift because they're not sending kids to school. Like how are you catering to boomers, right? They want walkable, they want Main Street, they want coffee and dinner, right? How do you incentivize more housing by your main streets? Because that's a win-win for y'all. You should not charge any impact fees for that.
Oh, yeah, no,
because
that's
like,
fine.
right? So, but the outskirts, it's bleeding you dry every day.
Well, and that's the position we're finding ourselves in. We don't have a lot of infill. The city of Dallas is 17,000 people, and not much to build there, not much room to build there.
I have my Dallas slides too. I apologize. I could have shown those.
Say again?
Really quick, Dallas, just for math, we've done a lot of analysis, Georgia Conservancy, on Dallas, Georgia. We looked at it, the walk shed around downtown, and part of this for downtown Dallas, right? I don't know the total square footage of commercial down there, but easy studies for a neighborhood center is like 30 to 40,000 square feet of commercial, like little grocery, little amenity and stuff like that.
Sure.
You need over 2,000 households to support those businesses, right? And if you want those households to have a chance to walk or be proximate to actually come to your downtown, there's a simple drawing you do of here's your circle, a quarter mile away. How many houses do you need to fit per acre in that circle? We did that for Dallas. Dallas needs about 6 or 7 households per acre in a half-mile circle. If you're going to a quarter acre, it's about 15 units per acre to have people close enough to support your businesses. Dallas is like 1.9 right now, right? It's an order of magnitude under dense and over-restricted for the housing around your downtown.
Let me ask a question, and they are doing a redevelopment project right now to bring some density into cities, which I believe is which is right. If you're going to have density, don't put it out in the middle of the woods, right?
Yeah,
you want to put it inside your city centers because that's where density traditionally goes. I do have a question, which is, so if the ultimate goal is density, right? That lowers overall. What is the ultimate goal?
Is a healthy, sustainable, vibrant community that's inclusive and affordable.
If you have to have design standards to get there, are you willing to do that?
I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The next question I think I had is one, if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is very, very informative. Very informative.
I can come back.
Can you? No, I have no point other than just fact-finding mission here. Tell me.
But this is statewide policy, not, we're not here representing our individual neighborhoods. I understand the question, and you're certainly entitled to ask them, but we are running a little behind, and we need to
Tell me about
kind of
the
draw it
notice.
to a close, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Tell me about the notices. Tell me what you meant by that. So is that like the signs that you put on the side of the road?
The amount of sign, my understanding is the number of signs, the distance requirements translates into how many signs, how many parcels have to be notified. So if a city is going to redo their zoning in a core area, it's a tremendous amount of parcels that have to have sign postings. And those signs all cost money. And it costs money to have somebody go out from the city to post all those signs. And so it was literally that budget alone, that one item, cities like, we just don't have the money. We can't proceed with our comp plan or a rewrite because it's just, we can't handle the posting cost, like to post the signs up.
Done?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Representative Ridley.
I just got a real quick question. On this right here, I guess y'all built that to rent.
No, this I built to sell.
Oh, did you build
I
so?
built to rent right next door to it, like
Okay.
literally right next door.
So is it like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, or
That's a 2.5.
2.5? What would that rent for?
I have 2 2.5s right next door that are going for $29.50 a piece.
And what does it cost just in Atlanta to build something like that?
This is because I spent too much because I'm an architect. With all in, that each of these sold in 2020 for $500,000 a piece. $499.
Oh, okay.
$500,000, and probably 10 to 15% profit, which is in line with regular builders. I try to set my projects to be more profitable because I know I'm an architect and I'm going to spend extra money. And I'm trying to make sure I keep myself out of trouble with that.
Sure.
But no, that was there's a zoning change involved in this, but that would have been one house for $900,000 or 2 houses for $1 million
I got you.
on the same plot. Like
Okay.
those are my choices.
Okay.
And I live actually in this community. And no offense to people that own $1 million houses, but I'd rather have neighbors that can afford $500,000 than $1 million.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you so much, Mr. Konberg. I did want to, and I think you stated it already, but I would like to hear it restated. The design of that right there, you did.
Yes, sir.
Not because it was required by the city, but because it was market-driven. You did it that way to sell the product, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, because that is something I think we should look at. As the free market generally will work if you get out of the way and let it work. And you wouldn't build something ugly because nobody'd buy it.
Yes,
Right.
sir. I'd also tack that on, if I may, to parking requirements. Please, God, get government out of parking requirements. Y'all don't know how to calibrate them. No, at the city level, parking requirements. Nobody in the government side knows how to calibrate parking requirements. The private sector barely does, but your mandates are driving costs more than anything in that regard. I didn't even fit that in the slide. But if you want to talk about letting the market calibrate responses,
That don't know what that is.
right. So,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
the vast majority of municipalities mandate a certain amount of parking to be required for each use. right? In cities and counties, you say if you're going to have one house, you got to have 3 spaces, or you're going to do a barber shop, 1 space per 2, whatever it is. Governments have no idea how to calibrate those numbers. They copy and paste, and they're utterly destructive in terms of making places function. They're utterly critical to relieve those if you want infill to actually happen. There's nothing, of all the things I could have said, is strike back parking requirements to increase affordability. That's not to say that people aren't going to have cars and don't need to park, but let the private sector calibrate the appropriate market response for that. Just as important with design standards, way more important than design standards, is parking standards in terms of private sector calibration.
Well, thank you so much. And before I forget, would you email me your slides?
Absolutely.
We would like to have those. I think your presentation is very thought-provoking for us, and especially with the idea of density. I've thought a lot about this, and it occurs to me that with some of the things you're talking about, like attached housing and the higher density, and we've probably seen some of that happening in the larger cities in the Northeast for decades because of the population that had to be housed. And so it's interesting to me that.
If I may, an anecdote, we presented with EMC, one of the Georgia Power affiliates. I was speaking to the mayor of Jackson, Georgia. They had a little infill project. They were putting 3 apartments above a building in their main street. They had a wait list of 50 people. It was a couple years ago. Right? This isn't just, this is the towns of 1,000 to 3,000 that need to support their main streets. Right?
I think that is very interesting, and we normally would not have. I'm in the real estate business, have been for a long time, 47 years. Normally we would have thought, oh man, you don't want to build apartments in a little town like Jackson, but it is really quite interesting. Absolutely. And you have some very creative ideas. You're making me feel bad because I probably voted for SB 1405, so I'm going to have to go back and take a look at that bill. But I appreciate your thought about that. This idea of delay, and it taking so much time to get anything done is a problem. And so thank you again. We do, Representative Ridley had another question.
Well, I just have one more point I just want to get.
Oh, I'm sorry, Montana.
If that's okay. Hey, just please, because this has been absolutely incredible. This is probably one of the best kind of drill down and understanding this point of view. So I really appreciate you coming and doing this. Can you tell me about the benefits of having retail at the bottom of these kind of apartments or high-density, multi-family, multi-tenant housing? Just tell me what you've seen as far as the benefits of doing that to kind of help with the cost, so you can recoup some costs.
So retail is a money loser for apartment developers. Like, it's only provided as an amenity to rent apartments because municipalities make them. Most apartment developers would not provide the retail for a lot of reasons. One is, in most places, we're massively over-retailed. Right, in America, we have like 10 to 15 times the amount of square footage of retail than any other country in the world. Other than Australia, and they're half as much of us, right? So we have way too much retail, and the numbers don't work. It's a loss leader for them, right? The other thing to remember is, if you've got 20 or 30,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor of a larger mixed-use development, you need at least 2,000 plus units to support it, and that development probably has 400 or 500 units, right? And if you're bringing that, so it's not self-sustaining. Right, so you need a lot more density around that development to feed the retail. And if you've got existing retail, you're cannibalizing it. But not only that, that's some of the most expensive retail you can build because you put 4 or 5 stories apartments on top of it, right? Like, more cost-effective retail for local tenants to be calibrated are in smaller 1-story existing buildings, right? So requiring that is a huge burden. Now, most communities want the retail as the amenity to say yes to the development, right? That's part of the negotiation. But that's because, it's not a functioning, vibrant downtown because the housing policy around it isn't working. And so, you want your downtown to thrive, you need a lot of bodies by your downtown. You don't necessarily need to be adding more retail in these new mixed-use developments necessarily. And so I'm not saying if a developer wants to do it, they should be prohibited. But when you require it, that's just as bad as brick or, parking or whatever else, right? So we're also been in many presentations, National Main Street Association, other groups. They're like, it's so tough for main streets right now, and it has been pre-pandemic to now. Any semi-functioning ground floor tenant in a regular sized town is a blessing, right? That could be a daycare, that could be a church. If you say, and it could be housing. And a lot of these downtowns can be fine with live, work, or basic housing on the ground floor because a vacant storefront, that's what you don't want. And let buildings be flexible with what they put on the ground floor. Don't limit it to retail. And if you want your retail to work, You need the bodies, bring the bodies, and then it, as a healthy organism, ecosystem, retail may start to come back and start to thrive. But you got to get the bodies down there.
That number was, you said 2,000, and we call it rooftops.
Yes, sir.
2,000 rooftops
For
to
about-
support one coffee shop.
No, 30,000 square feet of retail.
30,000 square
30
feet
yeah,
of
yeah,
retail.
yeah.
2,000
2,000 rooftops, 30,000 square feet of
30,000
retail.
square feet of retail. Okay.
Typical rule of thumb of like, that's just the through traffic. Now, they don't have to walk to it and be close, but it's a lot nicer if they could.
Well, thank you very, very much. It's been very informative, and I appreciate it very much, especially with the piece about density and about better use of land. We all know, as we used to always say in the real estate business, not making any more of it, and it is driving the cost of housing up. And so being able to put more housing units on an acre of land is a very astute observation. Astute has been the word for the last 2 days. So thank you, Mr. Konberg, very much. We do have lunch break now, so if you will, let's see. Let's come back in. Can we stretch it to 12:40 to 1 o'clock? Schedulers, can we stretch it to we come back at 1? Is that good enough? Too tight? All right, they're frowning at me. Make it 12:45. Go grab something and get back. Ladies and gentlemen, come to order if you will. We are almost on track, maybe 6 minutes behind. But we will count on Mr. Ryan Willoughby to do his normal excellent presentation and then maybe pick us up a couple of minutes in the process. But you have some other members for Habitat with you, I believe, and I'll let you introduce them. Or her, if there's only one.
There's actually two, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And, again, thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you and to the committee today. We really appreciate the diligence that you all are giving to this issue. I know that you all are probably sick of seeing me after yesterday, but I'm particularly hate following Eric Konberg because I love his presentation every time he does it. Again, thank you for the opportunity. As I discussed with you yesterday, our mission at Habitat is to really put God's love into action to build homes, communities, and hope. That's what we're doing. We're trying to bring people together to solve the issue of housing unaffordability. And I gave an example yesterday, just locally, that's relevant to me in Harris County, of a local teacher and a local pastor who were not actually able to live in the community where she teaches. And I gave that example because I think it really, again, crystallizes the thought that I was sharing about us having a decision to make as a state as far as what sort of state we want to be. And I think ultimately everybody who's a part of this committee definitely wants to see Georgia continue to grow and thrive. We want to have successful school systems, and we want to have police who are patrolling our streets and keeping them safe. And ultimately what we believe at Habitat is that if you want to have successful school systems, you need to have teachers who are a part of that community. You need to have police who are part of that community. And as one of our speakers is going to share later today, what we're seeing in a very real and practical sense is that even our public servants are not able to live in the communities where they serve due to this ongoing housing crisis that we're in. So I do want to share with you a quick quote that is from one of the gentlemen who actually, his name is Clarence Jordan. He was kind of the spiritual founder of Habitat. And he said that what people need is not charity, but capital. And what they need is not caseworkers, but co-workers. And so it's really my honor today to introduce two of our co-workers who are providing capital to those in need, two absolutely wonderful women that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. And the first of them is Ms. Jessica Gill. She's the CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Northwest Metro Atlanta, covering Douglas, Paulding, and Cobb counties. And so Jessica is going to share a little bit about her experience with some of these zoning issues and other affordability issues affecting the folks she serves in that community.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us, Chairman Washburn, and also all the other committee members. And I echo those, having this opportunity. We're so appreciative for it. I have been working in the field of affordable housing since about 2007, and I started at the Atlanta Regional Commission. If you asked me 15 years ago when I started, I would never believe we would have gone backwards in our ability to address this issue rather than forwards. A recession, a pandemic, and many other influences have come into play, but housing has always remained central to those phenomenon. Subprime mortgages affect many, and the pandemic forced individuals to stay home. A home is the foundation for everything. The need is astronomical. I have families applying 3 and 4 times to become a homeowner. They wait years. When I started at the Northwest Metro Atlanta Habitat, it was 4 years ago, and I was building 15 houses a year. I am building 6 this year. We have an obligation to create affordable housing under the Cobb County Community Development Block Grant Guidelines. We follow Fair Housing Act laws. These guidelines are part of what keep us going under HUD, and we have to serve those who are within 30 to 80% of the area median income. If we don't do that, we violate Fair Housing Act laws. I had an opportunity in 2021 to take a piece of land that was owned by us. We had owned it for a long period of time, and be able to put homes on it. And it was zoned for R20, which in Cobb County was for 11 homes. I wanted to zone it for one more. I thought if we could just put one more home on there, it would be a little more cost effective, and I could serve one more homeowner waiting. My attempt to do this failed. What happened was, with NIMBYism in the form of exclusionary zoning, the piece of land I'm talking about we're not able to build on now. We went for the rezoning and we saw an opportunity to create a community project involving our entire county. I agreed to have a dog park. I agreed to have community garden. I agreed to having garages. We had a $500,000 individual donor, and we were planning to involve the entire community, the chamber, the COB commissioners, everybody. Due diligence was conducted, and after community meetings and lots of site visits and walkthroughs, we were told our project would be on the consent at the Board of Commissioners meeting, and at the last minute, it got pulled from consent and put on the regular agenda. We had people complaining about Habitat homes. In the end, the rezoning was approved to go from R20 to R15. Mind you, I wanted one more house. I was going from 11 to 12, from a half acre per house to a third of an acre per house. The vote was 4-1. They approved it. But here's where they got me. The stipulations they put in place just outpriced us. Along with the dog park and community garden and a one-car garage, we were asked to develop 6 ranch homes and 6 two-story homes. Two-story homes are more expensive for Habitat because we can't use volunteers on the second level. It's just not safe. And so when you add the stipulation that you have to have two-story houses, it adds more cost to how we build. The exterior was to consist of brick, stone, and hardy plank siding. We already build with hardy plank, but the whole outside is not brick or stone. Square footage was to be a minimum of 1,800 square feet. Our largest floor plan is set to keep homes affordable at 1,574 square feet. We were not allowed to have rentals in the development. We don't rent. However, when someone sells, I cannot control whether or not that house gets rented, as I think you heard a lot about yesterday. Habitat was to purchase the homes if they foreclosed on from the original owner, if this foreclosure occurred within the 7-year anniversary of purchasing the home. And this stipulation is not put on any other builder. And I appealed this because there's no way I can figure out or be able to see the future and know what it's going to cost me to buy a house back. But they did take that stipulation off. And then finally, the district commissioner was to approve the final site plan, landscape plan, and elevations. They rezoned. But to build the house that they're asking me to build today will cost $385,000. That's just unaffordable for somebody who's in 30 to 80% of the area median income. Today, with a regular home, it costs about $170,000 for a Habitat to build, and we use volunteers and gifts in kind, and we have sponsors that help us. These houses are appraising for about $230,000 to $250,000. And when I started, they were appraising at $135,000. When we qualify a homeowner, they are no longer in the 30% range. They are close to 70 and 80% of the area median income because they can't afford it. And the grants that are distributed, we are required to put forward how we're going to sustain these grants without having that funding. There is no way to sustain any kind of community development block grant funding or American Rescue Plan Act funding without subsidy. After that happened, we decided not to build. And I found out about another project in the same district, South Cobb. And we ended up going forward with the negotiations. And then all of a sudden, when we were about to sign the contract, someone on the board who had been, this was through the Marietta Housing Authority, asked us to pull the contract because they didn't want Habitat homes in District 4, which is South Cobb. So that was another 12 homes I lost. So I had 24 homes last year, and I ended up with 0. We have no land. It's becoming a big issue. If we find a viable piece of land, and I think you heard a little bit about this as well, the purchase process is slow. We have limited engineers and surveyors because of what's happening with the boom. And then the permitting process is restrictive, expensive, and lags because of the lack of staff within the local governments. This is eye-opening. It's become about classism. A Cobb County teacher with a bachelor's degree and 10 years of experience earns $57,606 a year. The average salary for a Cobb County employee in 2020 was $49,877. The average price of a house in Cobb County is now $552,000. There are solutions. We have them. Our model works. A third of the costs go down when you use donated product and sponsors and volunteers. We are open to density. We are open to townhomes. We like mixed-use developments if we can find a developer willing to partner with us. We are open to land banks and land trusts. We've even offered to pay the legal fees to make this happen. As the largest nonprofit builder of single-family homes in the world, we are in a unique position to partner with cities and counties all across Georgia. And we're holistic. We measure the impact of folks moving into these homes. We can figure out how their health improves, whether their education improves, and whether the safety improves in the community. We are already serving many public servants, teachers, firefighters, police officers. I'm building a house for this wonderful woman who's a bus driver, and she named her bus Big Leslie. And she talks about, and she's this tiny woman, and she talks about carrying these children, and she's taking care of the children of our community. And she's able to live in a house because it's a Habitat home, and that's the only reason why. We are also serving the Black and Indigenous people of color community, and we have done so since Habitat was founded back in 1976. And this works, but only if you pass legislation to make zoning inclusionary, not exclusionary. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you like for us to have our other speaker, or would you like to?
Questions now. Representative Ridley.
Thank you. I think I've asked this before, and I can't remember the answer. When somebody buys a home, they're not getting the home for free.
No.
Through Habitat. They're paying half or getting a mortgage on half.
Yeah, so Representative Ridley, what we actually do, we will appraise the home, establish the fair market value, and then we will set a first mortgage based on what the homeowner can afford. The stat I gave you yesterday about folks, too many folks are spending over 50% of their income. At Habitat, we consider it to be affordable if folks are spending under 30%. So we make sure that the first mortgage is set up so that individual or that family is not paying more than 30% of their income on the mortgage, which includes, of course, your principal. We do not charge interest, but it also includes all of your taxes, any other escrow items, insurance, et cetera. And so we set that first mortgage. Ideally, that first mortgage is going to be the same as the fair market value. However, if there is some point where the fair market value is so much higher than what they can afford, we'll put a second mortgage in place. That's a silent second mortgage that we do not charge to the homeowner unless they choose to sell the property on the open market, and then we recoup it.
And that was going into my second question. What's the stipulations on them selling the property? Because like you were talking about, if you build a house, used to it was 135 or so, and now I'm sure the values, like you said, if the medium price now in Cobb County is $500,000, so what happens then? Do they have to hold it for so long, and then offer it back to y'all first, or?
So we do not use a land trust model at this time, but I think going forward we will. We'll pass, our board will pass that resolution. They sell it as fair market value up until a certain point. With community development block grant funding, we have to be careful, but the way it works right now, the houses are still appraising for that cap that the community development block grant level has us at. They're creating generational wealth, so we don't put stipulations on any of these folks at this point in time. Now, in the future, if we do, it'll be built into the mortgage that they'll be able to get a percentage of the sale, a good percentage, but they're going to have to keep it at a relatively reasonable price for folks that are within 30 to 80% of the area median income to buy.
Thank you.
Representative Montahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank y'all for your presentation. Just want to kind of further, I think, in Representative Ridley's question. So they only have to pay on the first mortgage. The second one is silent, so that is paid through donations or funded directly by Habitat. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's basically a subsidy that we're putting in through the use of volunteer labor, through gift-in-kind materials, subcontractors who donate their time, et cetera. That's how we're able to actually afford to do this, is by providing that subsidy. Now, ideally, we wouldn't have that subsidy. Ideally, we're going to structure it in such a way that the house is going to appraise for what that individual or family can afford, amortized up to 40 years, but typically we keep it under 30. So what they can afford at zero interest. And since we're charging no interest, usually we can make sure that we don't have to do the second silent.
So tell me about the discrepancy. Obviously, if you build a home in 1 year, you start the process on building that home, and let's say it's 200,000. By the time you've built it and ready to do the financing on it, it's 300,000. You do it based on the final value, right? Because you don't want to hurt the local homeowners. I think that's what you had said yesterday. So you don't want to hurt the local homeowners. So you set 300. So the original, they'll probably finance or pay on the 200,000, which is probably the expected, roughly, and then the 100,000 is a second loan, second type of mortgage. That's a silent loan.
Yes.
Now, when they go to sell that house, they don't recuperate the amount from the second mortgage. Is that correct?
That's correct. We put that silent second in there to keep people from flipping these houses, right? That's what we're doing. We're putting it in there. What Jessica mentioned as well, in some places we've done sort of a shared equity provision, where you've seen the appreciation to such an extent where maybe you had a $200,000 first mortgage, a silent second for $100,000, but the house is appraising for $500,000 now. You could still pay off that second and first and make $200,000. We'll actually put shared equity provisions in to kind of keep that sort of thing from happening. What I will share with you is that statistically, Habitat homeowners, because of our model of sweat equity, where they're building the house themselves, our folks don't want to sell their houses, even when they can make a mint off of them. We have folks who say, I'm not selling this house because I built this house and I want to give it to my kids and my grandkids.
What does that turnover look like for you on average?
I'm going to be honest with you, I don't have a straight up number on you, but I can say from at least experience anecdotally, I would say probably less than 5% of our folks are ever going to sell them. For the most part, they're going to stay in there, pay it off, and pass it on to their kids
That's
and grandkids.
impressive. Yeah, very impressive.
Thank you, Representative Montana. I did have a question or two for Jessica, and I may have just misunderstood this. In your process of rezoning, did you say that the part of the process was they came back and said, well, we want you to agree to repurchase any house that is foreclosed?
Yes.
So the zoning board.
Actually, this was the Board of Commissioners, not even the zoning board.
Okay. So
And I appealed that, though, and I won.
How did the appeal go?
Well, I mean, it was a rigorous process, but we got through it. So they determined that they would take that out. The reason I appealed it is because I decided to sell the land, and I did not want a developer to be stuck with that. And so moving forward, so I asked them to take that off, and they agreed to it.
Well, I'm astounded that they would put a condition on you or any private developer that you have to agree to buy back houses.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like that
the
was.
mortgage process works pretty well last
Right.
time I checked.
Right.
I was just curious about that. I want to be sure I understood that correctly. Were you, did you have a developer partner in this deal, or were you trying to do it in the name of Habitat?
No, this was just going to be Habitat, along with all the sponsors who are, could be the Braves, it could be Truist. All
Well,
the
I'm also
sponsors.
curious, so they obviously knew it was Habitat because the
They did.
applicant was
Yes,
Habitat.
yeah.
Is that the only way they knew that you were building Habitat houses, or is there a direct question about that?
Well, so we have to do the signage when we go up for rezoning, and we had to go through all of the community boards that are surrounding the area. And so, I mean, they knew it was Habitat. It was me coming forward. The saturation is what they were concerned about in South Cobb. And the reason we build in South Cobb is because out of the whole county, that's the least expensive land, and it's the least restrictive zoning, but they're starting to change that.
How big was that tract that you were trying to rezone?
It was 7.4 acres.
7.4 acres, and you were trying to take it from half acre to a third of an acre.
Yeah, so we were going from 11 houses to 12. I could have built 11, and I didn't have to go to the board and get a rezoning. And I did because I thought the time was right. The board had changed to primarily Democratic. I felt like it was a good opportunity to get the community involved, and it just backfired.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ridley, did you have a question?
Yeah, but I probably don't need to say.
Well, thank you so much for being here and presenting to us, Jessica, and thank you for the work that you're doing. It had been, and you've stated this already, but to restate it, most of the folks that are living in the Habitat houses live there for a long, long time. Apparently, that's pretty limited that anybody tries to resell, and you seem to have safeguards in place about that. Do you call it a silent second? What do you call it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we call it a silent second loan.
Is it so that it's not recorded?
It is recorded. It's just not collected on our end.
Oh, the
since
silent part means you're not collecting it
correct.
unless it's sold.
Unless it is sold, yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just want to be clear about that. Well, thank you so much, Jessica, for the work you're doing, and thank you for presenting to us today.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, Representative Vice. I didn't know that you had a question.
I just put it in. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I just had a quick question. Do you think that more education on how Habitat for Humanity operates and what it affords people will dispel the concerns for those where the houses are going to be built? Because I think I've seen in a lot of other instances, because people are not educated, how you just educated us on the mortgages and different things, they tend to believe what they hear or what they assume.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would say, in theory, education works, and you have to get the community involved in the whole process, which we had tried to do. I don't think education is going to do it all anymore. I think there's a lot of pressure to keep people out, certain people out, whoever wants to be, they want to be kept out. And we did educate. People know Habitat. There are Habitat homes in that area, and they wanted a higher tax base. That's basically what we were told.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Was that all, Representative?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
I wanted to follow up too and reconfirm what I think I understood. So in that process of the rezoning, they came back at one phase and said, well, we'll let you build, I forget how many, they were letting you build 11, but they wanted 6 of them to be single story and the other 5 to be 2-story.
So it was going from 11 to 12, 6 to 1-story, 6 2-story.
So they were going to dictate to you in the zoning
Yes.
that you had to build 2-story
Yes.
houses.
Yes.
Okay.
With all brick front and sides.
What is the average now? I mean, I've known about Habitat for a long time, and know a lot of great stories about Habitat houses and buildings, and I donate. There's a Habitat store in Macon, and I've hauled a few truckloads of stuff over there and given it to them. I hope it's helped them.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
But apparently now the price point on Habitat houses, or the appraised value, is much higher than it was 20 or 25 years ago, obviously. But I mean, apparently now you're building bigger product. I saw a minimum of 1,800 square feet here that they were requiring.
So we are building between 1,400 and 1,600 square feet. They were stipulating that we build 1,800, and that's just not, it's not feasible for us. The price point is too high.
And one last question. You did say a moment ago that you thought what drives a lot of the opposition is the desire for higher priced housing because of the tax situation that we have heard mentioned a number of times, which is a real problem. The chair recognizes that, and the chair has been given a lot of thought to that, because I think our system needs revision, frankly. But that's another topic for another study committee for another day, for sure. But that I did want to be sure that that was noted, that they don't want you because they don't think you pay enough property tax. Well, thank you both. Did you have another presenter?
Yes, sir. If we have time, Mr. Chair, we do
Sure.
have another
Yeah, we
presenter.
do, certainly.
Well, I'm pleased to introduce, I believe she's on the Zoom call, Ms. Rhonda Street. She is our Director of Homeowner Services in our affiliate that services Gwinnett and Walton counties. Rhonda's working day to day with our Habitat applicants and homeowners, and so she has some great information she'd like to share.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. And like Ryan said, I'm Rhonda Street. I'm the Homeowner Services Director for Gwinnett Walton Habitat for Humanity. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to the House Study Committee. Every June, this country celebrates National Homeownership Month, celebrating the American dream of owning a home. But as you are hearing, for many hardworking Georgians, homeownership is a dream unrealized. Each year, I see families apply to our program hoping that they'll be accepted. These folks are our first responders, police officers, healthcare workers, education workers, and many of them work in Georgia's largest industry, the hospitality industry. Many are single moms, but more and more, I see couples applying who, due to the cost of homes in the area, can't qualify for a traditional mortgage. According to the National Association of Realtors, housing statistics for Gwinnett only in Q1 of this year found that the average price of a home was $346,000. That was in Q1. In Q3, which we're in now, that number increased by $79,000 to $425,000. In order for a family to afford a $425,000 home mortgage at current interest rates, which are at 7.3% right now, they would have to earn $8,500 a month or $102,000 a year, and their payment would be $3,500 a month. That is not very affordable. Right now, Gwinnett Habitat is able to offer our homeowners an affordable mortgage that keeps our mortgage costs below $900 each month. However, we too are affected by increases in construction costs. Our home product offers hope for families, yet zoning and design standards inhibit us from serving many parts of Gwinnett County. Our average home size is 1,400 to 1,500 square feet. Our county minimum is 1,200 square feet, but the 16 cities that we serve all have their own standards. Most are 1,600 square feet and higher. So what does that equate to in dollars? You're looking at adding about $12,000 in building costs for every 100 square feet you add. That adds up quickly. Plus, zoning in certain areas requires garages and brick or stone fronts or siding. Adding a garage adds about $8,000 to the cost of the home. Given these restrictions, it's becoming more and more challenging for us to offer attainable housing options to our residents. And I don't use the word affordable, I say attainable, because we have such a large population that cannot attain a house right now due to affordability. So I have two solutions that can solve this issue to create more attainable housing options. One, of course, is to relax the square footage requirements to match that of the county as a whole. In Gwinnett County, like I mentioned, the minimum is 1,200 square feet. And then make it easier to build all types of houses, such as smaller footprint pocket communities, which we have seen are very successful all over the United States. And also allow for accessory dwelling units, also known as granny flats, as many families are having to care for aging parents. ADUs are small houses or apartments that exist on the same property lot as the single-family residence. They play a major role in serving a national housing need, especially with our aging population, which, as you probably are aware, in Gwinnett, there will be more elderly than younger people in the next 10 to 15 years. This traditional home type is reemerging as an attainable and flexible housing option that meets the needs of older adults and also young families that maybe have one child or single young folks. Some areas like Walton County are already reducing zoning barriers to attainable housing. And their minimum inlay in their inlay district is 1,500 square feet and outside is 13. And they have also zoned for smaller homes and ADUs, which is great for us. So across the US, hundreds of communities are starting to use inclusionary zoning policies to create new affordable homes in growing and well-resourced neighborhoods. These policies are important elements of an overall strategy for expanding the supply of attainable homes while fostering economically and inclusive neighborhoods. I want to thank you for your time, and I'll answer any questions at this point.
Well, thank you very much for an excellent presentation. Members of the committee, are there any questions? Well, thank you. We don't have any questions. We hear what you said clearly about minimum square footages. That has been a theme we've heard repeated a number of times. And also, I'm quite interested in the suggestion for granny cottages. But that has been mentioned more than one time, but it is a very interesting idea. And of course, that has to do with density and the better use of land. And so thank you so much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ryan and Jessica. Excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Next, we have Mr. Gordon Busey, the president of the Mortgage Bankers Association of Georgia. Did I say that right? It is Busey?
It's Bussey.
Bussey, I'm sorry. I was trying to decide. I couldn't remember. Mr. Thrash, it's great to see you as always.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Honored to
As
have
a
you.
representative of the Mortgage Bankers Association of Georgia, I'm here to introduce your speaker.
Okay, well, we are honored to see you.
Well, thank you.
And honored to have your president with us today.
Thank you for what you and your committee is doing on this very, very critical issue that we're facing in this state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today is my great pleasure to introduce to you Gordon Bussey. He's currently Vice President and Area Manager, Sales Leader for Caliber Home Loans, the fourth largest non-bank mortgage company in America. In his role, Mr. Bussey manages a team of 20 loan originators and is responsible for over $250 million in business annually. He's also the current Mortgage Bankers Association of Georgia president for this year and has been involved in the Mortgage Bankers since 2004. He's a 33-year-old mortgage veteran who has held various executive positions in all major financial institutions, including Chase, Wells Fargo, Bank of America. And prior to joining Caliber, he was the area sales leader for Atlanta and surrounding counties with Synovus Mortgage, a subsidiary of Synovus Bank. In his career, he's overseen over $50 billion in retail mortgage production. Prior to his appointment to the Mortgage Bankers Board, he's also held board positions at the Butler Street YMCA and the 100 Black Men of America. Throughout his career, he's participated in numerous charitable housing inclusion efforts with numerous banks. He's an avid collector. Mr. Bussey is a founder of the Black Cinematic Images, a non-for-profit which is dedicated to the preservation of African Americans in film and television. The organization holds one of the largest collections of African American cinema materials in the entire world. Mr. Bussey earned his Bachelor of Business Administration from Temple University in Philadelphia, majoring in real estate, finance, and economics. Gordon and his wife for 20 years lives in Berkeley Lake, has 3 sons, and it's a great pleasure for me to introduce to you Gordon Bussey for your information. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thrash, and welcome, Mr. Bussey. We're honored to have you today. I apologize for mispronouncing your name earlier.
You know, actually, I might want to change my name to Busey because more people mix that up.
Well, that makes me feel some better. But thank you so much for presenting to us today.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mo, for the invitation today. Just a short time that I've been sitting here, I've heard some very interesting things. As Mo mentioned, I've been in the mortgage business for 33 years. I started in 1989, straight out of college, and I distinctly remember my first day at work with Chase. The interest rates were 13.75. Now, being new to the mortgage business then, I thought that those were the rates, and you know, that's the way things were. Very quickly, I realized that home ownership is tied directly not only to just payment, but also to interest rates. When the rates dropped in 1991 during the Kuwait War, it was very interesting to me to hear folks saying that rates were below 10%, actually 9.875, and we should go out and refinance everyone. We used to sell one-year ARMs back then because that was the only way that you can get an interest rate below 10%. I've seen a lot in my career, obviously, being here in the Atlanta market for 20 years. I was a corporate relo. My wife and I not only moved for the obvious reasons of better weather, my family lived in North Carolina, but also the affordability of housing here in the Atlanta market, which continues to drive the sentiment of why we are having some of the issues that we're having now. Started here in 2002, obviously 2008, we had the meltdown. That was very interesting to me, especially having been in the market for the years that I had been. Obviously housing permits were over 100,000. During the meltdown, they dropped to under 20,000 per year. I'm a mortgage banker who considers themselves to be a responsible lender. I have seen a lot in my career in regards to what I would call irresponsible lending, predatory lending, and a number of other things, which I think the Georgia legislation, as well as a number of advocates and folks who have been very tied into this market, have done a very good job. Obviously, we had the meltdown in 2008. Rates went up. We leveled off in 2010, and I would say from 2010 to today, to 2020, before COVID hit, we had a very stable market. Interest rates were anywhere between 5 to 6%. Very rarely did you have a rate change. Now we were having those 3 and 4 times a day because of the volatility. It becomes very hard as a mortgage banker to be able to manage that. When you talk to a customer at 10 o'clock in the morning and tell them that the rate is one thing, and by the time 2 o'clock rolls around, it might be something different. And hopefully you get them on the phone, because by 5 o'clock, the rates could be something different as well. Obviously, with the pandemic, we had a shortage of housing, which we still do today. As you heard from my previous speaker, there is still a shortage with housing. One of the problems that we're also having now is we are seeing a record number of individuals, because of interest rates dropping, pulling their contracts and dropping out of the market. So you have that individual who signed their contract in the beginning of the year. They were under the impression that interest rates were, let's say, for example, maybe 5%. Now, and actually I just saw a notification this morning that rates hit a 15-year high today. Rates are anywhere between 6.5% and 7%, sometimes a little bit higher, depending on that individual's credit score and some other factors as well. It has become unaffordable for a number of people. I don't know what the answer to that is. Mortgage companies, including mine, are very much in retreat, I guess is the best way of putting it. Many mortgage companies staffed up during the pandemic to take advantage of the record low interest rates that we had. Now that the rates are going up, we have the housing shortage. There are not as many applications as there were in the past. We're seeing a tremendous slowdown in mortgages. That leads for companies to pull back. Layoffs, unfortunately, for operations, and a number of different things that will affect the market negatively. It's interesting. Very early in my career, someone asked me, where did I think interest rate, a customer asked me, where do you think interest rates are going? And I said, I think they're going down. And they went up, and that customer canceled on me, and I said, I will never say that again. Last year at the NBA, there was a buzz. Obviously, the NBA held this conference in November, and there's always a question where where do you see the market going next year? And the NBA annually puts out their projections and predictions. And I hope there's no officials from the NBA here other than myself, but it seems like the past few years they have not been accurate. Nobody saw COVID coming. Nobody saw the record low interest rates. No one saw the housing shortage that we're facing now. And it's become a challenge. It's become a challenge especially for first-time home buyers. When you look at someone, the average first-time home buyer, if they were buying their first home at 22 years old, now with incomes being what they are, interest rates being what they are when they come out of college, and you heard an example from our previous speaker, those houses are now, and those mortgages are now unattainable. So what are they doing now? They're moving back in with their parents, they're renting, and those prices have become unattainable as well. But the concern that I have, Mr. Chairman, is we are losing generational wealth from those young individuals who are unable to purchase a home today because of the rise in interest rates. They're just unaffordable. I did see one study recently, and I'm not sure how much I believe it, suggesting that maybe young people should get married a lot faster to have a dual income to be able to afford a house. Take it as you will. We have a lot of work to do. Atlanta is the third largest city right now that you're seeing customers pulling out of contracts. Someone signs a contract for a new house in January. The rates go up to what they are now, 1.5%, 2%. They can't afford it, so they're pulling out of the contracts. Atlanta and a lot of the Sun Belt cities like your Jacksonvilles, Orlando's, many areas that see folks that move from the Northeast and from California who try and take advantage of the affordability here are being priced out of the market. You also have your middle of the road owner who is not prepared to sell their house because of rising interest rates, affordability, and a number of things. I'll use myself as an example. I was having a conversation with a number of good friends of mine who were all in the same demographic, mid-50s, kids in high school, in college, have been in their houses for 15 to 20 years. They're looking to try and pay that off. They're not selling that house. And because of that, because you're going to end up paying more, obviously, in a mortgage, because if you're sitting on top of a 3% interest rate with refinance during the pandemic, there's no way that someone is going to move, possibly pay more, and have a mortgage with a 7% interest rate, depending on a number of different things. So you put all of that into one big bowl, and you have the situation that we're currently in now. Now, the good news is for Georgia, we will continue to see an influx of relocation. The housing I wouldn't call it unaffordable at this point. If you look at your California markets, your New York markets, some of those other areas in the Northeast, those have become unaffordable, are still unaffordable. There are still mortgages being done. And as the president of Mortgage Bankers Association, we have these conversations all the time in regards to how we can continue to provide support as an advocacy group to let people know that they shouldn't panic, because that's the first thing that they'll do when they see that businesses are laying off individuals and interest rates are where they at now. I am optimistic, having been in the business for the number of years that I have, that hopefully with government intervention, we will see an ease in interest rates. And I like to call it the re-education of the customer, to be quite honest with you. During the pandemic, when the 30-year rate was 3%, the 15-year rate was 2%, it was interesting to me when I had someone say that 2% was too high and wanted 1.75. And for someone who started in the business when rates were 13 and a half, I didn't know how to deal with that conversation. But nevertheless, things have got to get better. Obviously, we're in a midterm election. government intervention is going to be key, in my opinion, to what the direction of not just the recession, inflationary concerns, the economy are going to take. So obviously, with the midterms, you have 4 swing states, Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and right here in Georgia. Either way those go, it could determine how potentially the real estate market and interest rates move in either different direction. But ultimately, at the end of the day, people are still buying houses. There's not as many. We probably have 5 times more individuals who applied than who have actually signed contracts, and we find ourselves as mortgage bankers playing counselor more than actual financial advisors, because you take that first-time home buyer who can't find a house or wanted to buy a house and now it's unaffordable for them, and we have to kind of coach them up to say, hey, this is going to be okay. Like I mentioned, I'm optimistic that if we continue to build, if we continue to show value, if we continue to provide mortgage products that are responsible but affordable, that we will still continue to sell homes and people will continue to sign contracts and move forward with those properties. It's really anyone's guess at this point, to be quite honest with you. But 2023 hopefully is going to be an improvement from 2022, and we as an organization are prepared to, like we have been for the past 50 years. And again, I do want to thank Mo for his support and everything that he does on being an advocate for and a lobbyist for our organization, because it's more important now than it is ever in order for us to continue to instill confidence in the market as well as the Georgia population. So that's all I have.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Bussey. We do have some questions.
Yes.
One from Representative Ridley.
Thank you. Been in the banking business for about 12 years, back whenever things were really good, when they went the house is what I like to, the other word I like to say. But anyway, I know exactly what you mean. And I think now we see a little bit of different. Then you had too much inventory. So you had banks. I mean, I bought some houses for $35,000, in subdivisions back then. What right now, you're talking about the interest rates being 6-7%. Are y'all still running like on the debt to income about 35% for somebody to get approved? Is that still where it's?
No, actually, it's credit score driven. As you know, we depend on automated underwriting. It really depends on the entire profile of that individual. I have seen with certain mortgage products that we can go up to 55% debt to ratio. Now, a lot of things have to factor into that. You have to have a great credit score. You have to have liquidity or reserves. Reserves is always king. The secondary market wants to see that if you were to lose your job or something would happen, obviously, that you have the capability of paying those loans off. But I have seen in cases, those back ratios go to 55. There were also non-QN mortgages that have come back. Bank statement loans, a number of products that you saw pre-meltdown. Personally, those make me nervous. But if there is an investor or a market that's looking that can purchase those loans, and they're not easy to get. If you're looking at a 7% interest rate today, you're probably looking at a 9% rate or somewhere in that range in order to get a non-qualified loan.
Sure.
But yeah, we have seen extensions, I guess is the best way of putting it on the debt.
And what about, I know used to you could lock the rates in, like if you went ahead and committed, is that still possible, or is
Yes.
that, okay.
Yes, there are a number of companies, including mine, that have something called lock and shop, which means that you can lock at current interest rates, and if you find a property within 90 to 120 days, it will honor that rate. Now, there is a fee for that.
Sure.
But it does give you some sense of mind that if you do go out and you're actively looking, that you do have an interest rate. And we also offer, many banks offer a free float down, meaning that the rates drop by a certain percent, that you're able to get that lower rate once you do find a property.
My last question, Mr. Chairman, and this, I was kind of getting to this part. So now we've seen the markets just go crazy. You know, so different than where we were before. Now you don't have that inventory. You just have a house. I think we're going to sit in the automobile industry. I already seen that the repossession rate was up 350% right now. What do you think on that front of houses not being worth as much as they were a year or two from now? People's bought them in the last year or two at the top of the market. Do you see the repossession rates? I mean, you've been in same when it was bad, so you kind of seen the same thing I did. I don't know how we avoid that, and I would just like to get kind of your take on it.
Yeah, there have been studies that because the market the inventory was low, unfortunately, there were quite a few instances where individuals would pay, there'd be bidding wars on properties, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 above asking price. And to me, I define that as being artificial equity, because if a house is worth $800,000 or $600,000 and the house is worth $600,000, if you're desperate enough to pay $650,000, $700,000, you can't expect that equity is going to be there. We're already seeing a correction in that market now. 4 months ago, there was a property in my subdivision that sold for probably $100,000 more than what the houses in my neighborhood go for. Now, with the adjustment, those prices are back to where they are now. My concern with that is that people overpaid, and over a period of time, that's going to catch up with them. And human nature sometimes, unfortunately, what we've seen in the mortgage industry and the real estate industry is that if people feel that they're underwater, some will try to maintain that property. You can't really sell it because it's not worth what you paid for.
Right.
So unfortunately, they walk away and to your point, get foreclosed on. Now, that's the worst case scenario, and considering they have stable employment and things like that. But because of that period and the shortage of housing, that's a possibility, not necessarily in 2023, but in 2024. So
thank you.
Makes me nervous.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bussey, for an excellent presentation. I was sitting there thinking, when my wife and I built our first home to live in, it was in 1977, and my interest rate was 8 3/4%, and that was the market rate. And so I was just sitting there thinking about that. And also, I've been in the real estate business a long time. We closed, I remember specifically closing one single-family residential transaction on a VA loan at 18%.
Yep.
I think that was the highest one I ever saw. So it is interesting to sit here and reflect about where interest rates are. And also, I have a rental house that I own that is financed at 2% right now. And so I've seen it go all the way, up and down.
Yeah, that's the other thing that we're seeing is a run on home equity loans. People want to do work, they want to take equity, they want to have a cushion, and they don't want to touch their 2%, 3% interest rate that they might have got 2 years ago. So they have a little bit of equity, they get a home equity line of credit.
Right. Well, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And must tell you before you go, you're in excellent hands here with Mr. Thrash. You know that, of course.
Yes.
Our next presenter is Bill Bowling, founder of the Atlanta Regional Housing Forum, and Natalie Kaiser, the executive director of House Atlanta. So thank you for coming today.
Yes, sir.
We do have a PowerPoint that was sent earlier, so it should already be loaded.
That's out of my range of doing anything. You'll have to.
I can't help her either, so.
But we certainly
We
want
have
to.
a hard copy as
Yeah.
well. So.
Okay. Should I go ahead and I'll then?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bowling. Go right ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for taking the time to study the critical issue of affordable housing and for the opportunity to share our thoughts. I'm here today on behalf of the Atlanta Regional Housing Forum. Now, you may know me better as a person who's worked on food security for the last 40 years. Started the Atlanta Food Bank and the Georgia Food Bank Association. We've got 8 food banks in the state, serving every county. I remember when Reverend Ben Ford down in Macon started the Macon Food Bank years ago down there, and we've had a good one. And in my experience of working in food security, of course, I've worked on housing and homelessness too. One of the things I've found is that food waste and food insecurity really affected, or let me put it another way, in working on food insecurity, the thing I found, and found very quickly, is almost everybody that we were feeding, or supplementing feeding, was paying too much for rent. And what you have to juggle: rent, food, medicine, transportation, you know, your kids. And rent was the big one. We figured out a system over the last 40 years to deliver food. And we'll deliver probably 150 million pounds of food in Georgia this year through that food bank network. But it's also become clear to me that affordable housing and access to nutritious food directly affects public health, because it costs a lot more to fix a health problem than to prevent it. Educational outcomes. Without stable housing, children don't do as well in school. Just in the Atlanta system, 20% of the kids are moving and are attending at least 3 schools in 1 year. You know, how do you manage a school system that way? Also, employment opportunity. And we're finding this more and more as people can't afford to live in Atlanta or Macon or Columbus. They're having to move out, but then they don't have transportation choices. So that's another key thing that we have to focus on. And certainly crime. And for properties that aren't managed well, that's where we see a lot of crime. So the point I'm making is there's a relationship between the issue that we're tackling today and the other issues that you guys have to pay attention to every day. And where we put our resources and how we line that up, I think, is very important. So when I began the Housing Forum in 1986, I was in a room about this size, and I think I had 6 or 7 people come to my first meeting. For me, it was, let's just get folks into a safe place and let's talk. We're now averaging 35 years later, over 300 people coming to the Housing Forum. We do it quarterly. We did it every other month during COVID, but we're back quarterly. And it's the place in our North Georgia region where this conversation is happening. And I think the thing I pride myself on is that in working in food banking or affordable housing or whatever issue, the homeless, my job has been to create that place for us to figure it out, to create win-win solutions. When we started food banking, you know, liability laws wouldn't allow us to do it, tax laws. So we figured that out over time. So the Housing Forum, I think, plays a very important role, and that's who I'm representing today, that conversation. And I'll say, Chairman, or any of the legislators, you can go to the Atlanta Regional Commission and look at any of the forums we've had in the past. Some of the things we're talking about today was focused on at our June forum, and lots of conversation from there. Yesterday, as I was watching the forum, one of the gentlemen made a very, very important point, that the housing, and we saw in the metro area last year, almost 40% of the houses being bought by outside investors, that is meeting a market need. I mean, you know, good investors wouldn't invest if they wasn't going to get a return on the investment. So I have no problem with capitalism. I have no problem with investors making money. I wouldn't have been successful if business hadn't have done well to donate, you know, to the food bank. But what I have seen is that it is disrupting the marketplace. Let me give you a concrete example. This is a group that you may be hearing from. It's a group here in town, Affordable Housing Group, and they were able to obtain a $500,000 fund to help pay payment assistance for low and moderate income families trying to buy a home. So this was to help them to get into the home. They had to give $400,000 of that money back because they couldn't find enough folks that could find a house to purchase. I mean, you think about leaving that much money on the table and turning it back in. That's almost a crime in our work. So what the lenders reported is that buyers can't compete with institutional investors. They are offering all the cash well above the market price and waiving inspections. So that, while it is good business investment on one hand, on another hand, it's disrupting and not allowing, just like we heard the folks from Habitat, where can you buy a house, an affordable house today? And I have worked with the Apartment Association for over 25 years and been a great partner, and I talk to them regularly. And I'm not talking about the folks that are members of the Apartment Association. I'm talking about the kind of Class C properties where they're not members and there's no accountability and there's outside investors. Okay? So one of the things we're doing is in dialogue about, you know, how can we make that system better? Is there any way to get folks to join an association just so there's some mutual accountability? I'm not the expert on housing. I really wanted to be here to introduce Natalie Kaiser, who's also representing a broad coalition of folks that have created recommendations from House ATL. So if you'll look to the papers that Natalie passed out, listen to her, we'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your service.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So I'll tell you a little bit about House ATL before I dive into the slides. House ATL, like the Atlanta Regional Housing Forum, is a broad-based coalition. It's cross-sector, private, public, nonprofit. It came together to try to get a more coordinated affordable housing action plan and strategy for Atlanta. So we have more than 200 civic leaders involved. Some of the organizations involved include Central Atlanta Progress, Truist, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, the Community Foundation for Greater Atlanta, United Way, many, many organizations that you know. So these organizations have worked together starting in 2018 to try to define the root causes of our affordable housing challenges, look at the data, be evidence-based, look at good practices, and then engage in thoughtful problem solving and recommendations to move affordable housing issues forward in Atlanta. So we operate through working groups. We're a coalition, as I said. So we have a number of working groups where people volunteer to come to the table. One of those is a funders collective, where funders across sectors come together to look at the affordable housing supply and try to increase efficiencies and leverage their investments to move product forward more rapidly and efficiently. We also have a prioritizing communities working group that looks at residents who are being displaced, and during the pandemic they did amazing work around emergency rental assistance, trying to get the rental assistance more coordinated across jurisdictions and across different funding entities. We also have a policy working group. So my comments today are coming from that policy working group. They're not my own thoughts. They're the work of our members within that policy working group. So I'm going to, unfortunately, reiterate some things that you've heard. I listened yesterday to your hearing, so I'll try to move forward quickly through remarks that I know you've already heard, which is what the crisis is. I think y'all have heard that a lot. So we are losing our affordable economic advantage. Affordability has been one of our selling points in economic development, right? And as we just heard from the Mortgage Bankers Association, we've not completely lost that. but we're dropping down on the list, right? So Georgia is now 18th among the states according to the U.S. News and World Report in terms of housing affordability. Metro Atlanta, as you heard from the Atlanta Regional Commission yesterday, if we add the cost of housing and transportation together, we're the 7th least affordable of the metro areas. We're losing units every year that were previously considered to be affordable. They're converting to be luxury or higher market rate units, losing about 10,000 units a year in that regard. And our metro rents are up 40%. So y'all heard that. So got that down, I'm sure. So what I hope to turn to is to talk about this institutional investor challenge and elaborate on that and hopefully fill some gaps that haven't been covered yet. So, so we know that after the 2008 foreclosure crisis, large companies, often backed by private equity, began to move into the single and multifamily housing market, taking advantage of this opportunity. And starting in 2012, the Federal Housing Finance Agency began to do bulk sales, and that's when you started to see the uptake, right? And in 2013 was the first time that there was an asset class created of single-family rental housing, so that large institutional investors could collateralize this product for investment. And so this is really rapid. That's 2013 to now. So we've seen really rapid change over those years. And we also saw that technology has really made a difference in this. So previously you used to hear, scattered site rental is what it was called. Single family scattered site rental was too costly, to manage. So you had mom and pop landlords who did that work, but you didn't see corporations coming in. But technology has changed all that, and those advances have been extremely rapid. So being able to use digital systems to screen applicants, to do serial eviction filings, to manage your maintenance requests coming in and disperse subcontractors going out. So all these technology changes have really advanced disruption in this market, and I think that we're trying to catch up on that, right? So from the public sector side, from the nonprofit sector side, we don't see all that back-end work, but we notice the disruption that is happening to renters and home buyers. So I'd like to turn a little bit just to what the extent of this is, and again, I'll move through this quickly because I think you've heard some of this. We know that institutional investors are targeting the Sun Belt states by the research that we have seen because of our growth, right? That's part of it. The market's there, the growth is there, but also because we have weaker tenant protection laws. So it makes us more vulnerable or more attractive to this kind of capital. 33% of Georgia's single-family sales in 2021 by some accounts were to these types of investors, and that we are second only to Texas, at least in 2021, in terms of the scale of this investment in single-family rental property. And in one South Fulton County zip code, it was 60% of the sales in 2021 went to these single-family investors. So the scale is great. In fact, Yardi Matrix, which was one of the sellers of this kind of various property management softwares, estimates that nationally we hear it's a small percentage, right? I've heard y'all 2%, 3%, so why is it a problem? But we know that they're targeting particular geographies, but nationally it looks like it's going to become more of an issue. They're projecting that by 2030, 40% of the single-family rental properties in the U.S. would be owned by corporate investors, which is a very dramatic shift. So this targeting of Georgia by these corporate investors to acquire both single-family housing and now land, to target it for rental usage makes it harder for first-time home buyers, right? We've heard they can't compete with the cash offers, right? And they also can't compete with this rapid purchase, the use of algorithms to identify properties and purchase properties very rapidly that fit the profile that these corporate investors are looking for. So with fewer options, we have home buyers who are renters longer, right? So that has an impact on our economy. They're not, in this financial growth process of building wealth through the process of home ownership, which a lot of our families, did. And I know that that's what happened with my family. So corporate investors are now controlling enough stock in the Atlanta market that they're having a monopoly-like influence. So they're also influencing our pricing situation. That is, that's a problem, and and the growth trajectory of that is very disturbing. So this monopolization-like effect is locking people out of ownership, growing our renter class, and further incentivizing more investors to enter the market. So we have to figure out how to rebalance this equation. The other issue, I heard some of you when I was listening to the hearing yesterday, and I think I heard it again this morning, that some of you yourselves have owned or have owned previously or own now rental property, have managed rental property, so you know what it means to be a local landlord. So, we don't need strong tenant protections when we have, you're in the community, you're owning a property in the community, you're managing it, you're not doing some of these predatory practices, you care about your community. So this process of squeezing out mom and pop landlords is also a problem. So mom and pop landlords can't compete similarly with the cash offers, the use of technologies, and also they don't have the same tax advantages. Sorry, I skipped a slide. My slides are not matching my comments. Sorry. So they don't have the same tax advantages, and many of you know more about this than me probably, but corporate investors are able to use real estate investment trusts to exempt some of their income from taxation in a different way, and they also are able to do things like use the technology to make rapid property tax appeals and pursue those in a different way than mom and pop landlords can. So they can get to a different scale and be more aggressive. So they also, research has shown that unfortunately they are using their strength in the market to many of them to institute practices that are basically predatory against tenants. So they do serial eviction filings. One research study found that there was one corporate landlord who would use Georgia's simple eviction filing process to file an eviction when someone was 1 minute late on their rent. So they use eviction filings as a debt collection tool, which affects people's credit and difficulty finding a new rental place. They do frequent and rapid evictions more so than mom and pop landlords do. Research from Georgia Tech showed that our institutional investors in Atlanta were 18% more likely to evict than mom and pop landlords. They add on fees that are a surprise to tenants because they're not fees that they're used to seeing from their typical rental properties. Fees for administration, for taking out the garbage. They also tend to not maintain their properties as well. There was an example from Invitation Homes providing do-it-yourself home repair videos to tenants when they were asking for repairs. So they also frequently increase the rent. We've seen that there are frequent rent hikes, and that they can do that because of the breadth of property that they control. And they also have used some harassment techniques in trying to collect rent. There was research by a congressional committee that found that the 5 largest single-family rental operators in the country increased their fees per year by 40% between 2018 and 2021. So they're using these fees as part of their profit model. And they have pressure to do that, right? So if you're backed by Wall Street and you have to continually show increased profits, you've got to squeeze that out of your product, right? And they also, because they have to appeal to their bond rating agencies, they have to continually show that increase in profitability. So we have some recommendations to rebalance the market. These are, as Mr. Bowling said, most good landlords, landlords in the Atlanta Apartment Association would not would agree with these because they're already doing them. So a tenant right to cure ordinance would just mean you have to provide a written notice about what someone owes. What's past due, you have to provide them a written notice before you file, and you have to give them a few days to try to cure that past due amount before you file an eviction. Most property owners already do this, but it is not required by Georgia law. And so some property owners are taking advantage of that. We need some reform of our corporate registration process. It's very simple to open up a LLC here in Georgia. I've done it myself, and between like 30 minutes an hour, you can register and open up an LLC, which means you can have registered agents, and it's not really clear who's actually benefiting from ownership. So it becomes difficult. If you're a tenant, you may not even know who owns your property. If you're trying to pursue your legal rights, it can become very difficult and complicated. It also can be difficult and complicated for local jurisdictions when they don't know who all these LLCs are and how they find who is really benefiting. There's a law in Georgia that prevents rental registries by local jurisdictions, which also decreases the transparency. So a simple thing to do would be to strike that law so that local jurisdictions can better track who owns what in their local areas. That law also prevents inspections of, you can inspect the exterior of the property, but you can't inspect prior to a landlord renting the interior to ensure that it's in good condition and habitable for a tenant. So codifying the warrant of habitability, right now we have an implied warrant of habitability in Georgia, which means it's implied that as a landlord you're responsible for keeping the property in decent condition, but it's not codified that that's a requirement of a landlord, and so that would be another protection that tenants could receive. So long-term would be to support low-income tenants' right to legal counsel so that they can, obviously, these large institutional investors have plenty of attorneys that work for them, so to try to rebalance the equation there so that tenants who are trying to seek to protect themselves from harassment or unfair practices have the ability to defend themselves in that. And then in terms of supply, obviously supply is a challenge, and private capital is needed to increase supply. So there's no, as Bill said, we have no problems with private capital entering the market, but there are other tools that we can use, not just to increase overall supply, but to particularly target where we are losing supply, which is at the lower income of the spectrum. So dedicated revenue for a state housing trust fund, which many other states around the country have, which is just an annual dedicated revenue source that goes to a state housing trust fund that the Department of Community Affairs could use to incentivize both owner and renter affordable housing. You have an existing housing trust fund for the homeless. It's been at about $3 million a year or less since 2005 or so.
Yeah.
A very long
That's
time.
actually came out of the housing forum.
Yeah. So obviously we're in a very different condition now, and $3 million doesn't go anywhere statewide. So that could increase the supply of permanent supportive housing, and it's used as matching dollars for federal dollars, so it would allow DCA to draw down additional federal support as well. And then the Land Habitat team mentioned inclusionary zoning. Right now, jurisdictions in Georgia don't have clarity about whether or not Georgia law allows them to do citywide or countywide inclusionary zoning ordinances, and so codifying and clarifying that they can do that if that's in the best interest of their local jurisdiction would be helpful. And then allowing property tax exemptions for income restricted rental property. So if a property is restricted to a low income, like 50% below of the area median income or 30% below, and it's already got public subsidy in it, is being operated by a nonprofit like Atlanta Habitat, it's already got public subsidy in it, it doesn't really make sense to go back and then layer on property taxes that make it more difficult to build and care for that property over time. So that would also be an opportunity to increase supply. Obviously, you'd have to be careful about the narrowness of that law and who it applied to, because I know property taxes, are a challenge. So, but that's just an option. So we are certainly open to questions. We did want to suggest some additional groups you could talk to, but I think y'all have been having pretty broad-based conversation, so I appreciate the breadth of the study committee.
Well, thank you, Ms. Kaiser, and you, Mr. Bowling, for being here to present. We do have two questions. First from Representative Ridley.
Thank you. I think all of us down here in the legislature, or most of us anyway, are familiar with having to rent during session down here. God bless the people that pile us up in one place. It becomes a frat house sometimes, but literally, Monahan. But you know, you brought up some good points, and we have to be careful as a legislature, because I've seen it happen for political reasons or just a knee-jerk reaction to things. And I think some of the things you're talking about, you brought up a good point. But talking about like the investors, I kind of did a little research before coming here. Got how many investors is actually buying? I think it was around 2-3% of the total market.
Nationally.
It's
Nationally, different in Georgia.
So how much of it is in Georgia then?
In Georgia, it depends on the source, but it looks like last year it was somewhere between 20 and 35%.
Is actually just investors?
Yeah, and you're looking at, so obviously different sources are defining it different ways, right? But when you're looking at publicly traded corporations or private equity-backed corporations, when you're looking at that kind of definition, some people also.
So you're not looking at me and Monahan here is Stardust LLC, and we've built some
I would
apartments.
consider you local.
Okay, but there's a way to pan that out. Difference.
Yeah, it's difficult, as I said, because we don't have a lot of transparency here in Georgia about who owns what, so it is a bit difficult. But the researchers, you know, you can speak to
Well, I
Professor
think
Fields.
that's the point Natalie was making. If you try to track it down, you could go through 10 LLCs.
Yeah.
I mean, you could spend weeks trying to find it. So it is hard to get those numbers.
Okay.
But you can, you know, if it's a publicly traded corporation, which
Right.
is what a lot of the researchers are doing, they have their filings that lay out what they own, right? So you can do it that way, is one way, or looking at the private equity firms and where their investments are going is another way.
And another point I want to bring up too, like the fees and all that stuff, and they do have them on there. I mean, we've had them on there. But, you know, when I get the contract, I sit down and read the contract to make sure what's in there. And I guess there's, you know, we had a member here that did the same thing, bought some season tickets over here across the road, and wanted to complain about it. But if, you know, you got to have some responsibility in the thing. So if I don't sit down and I don't read the contract, and then I want to go complain about the charges on there, and they say, well, there was on page 50 or whatever. I'm sorry you didn't read it. I mean, I don't know how you fix that. I mean, we can't hold everybody's hand from now on. I mean, they got to have a little bit of, and if they don't understand, then they probably got somebody they can take it to and say, hey, I'm looking at this. So I want to be real careful about having some knee-jerk reactions on
fees.
On fees and that stuff.
I think we should. I mean, as you know, if you own property, that's tough business.
It is. It is.
It's
Because
tough to get them out if they're bad.
Well,
tenants.
and just for that's a perfect example. You take back during COVID, whenever we had this rental, you didn't have to pay your rent, and you had people running. I mean, some of my guys, it took them 2 years to get the money. Some of them never got it. You know, so I mean, if you're going to help one, you got to help the other side. You can't just all be on one side or the other. But
yeah, I hear you. I think one of the challenges is that people's choice is narrowing here in Georgia and in Metro Atlanta in particular because of the approaching monopoly-like control of some of these investors. So your options on where you rent, you know, is being narrowed and reduced. So you may not, you know, have a choice of choosing a property that doesn't have a lot of fees,
you know,
layered on it. So that is definitely one challenge. And then I think also tenants, though they can be, you know, the research shows that the practices can get predatory, and the tenants can't afford the legal counsel to say, hey, well, this actually isn't in my agreement, or, you know, I wasn't 5 days late, I was actually 1 day late, or whatever it might be. It's very difficult for them to defend themselves.
oh yeah, and I agree with that, and that don't have no place here. I think that would be something I'd look see how we could do something different. But anyway, like I said, I just kind of want some information, and like I said, I'm just want to be careful of having knee jerk. Because we are pro business, but I mean, without workers, we don't have any business. So we got to kind of keep it in the middle.
And I think that's the key point I wanted to make is, you know, if the status quo is costing us money, crime, public health, and educational outcomes. So if you make an investment there. Also, just to say that I'm in regular communication with folks in Savannah and in Augusta and Columbus. Same issues are happening. they're modeling after our housing forum to try to get people around the table to talk about it.
Okay, Representative Montan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did have a question about the effects. You know, we had a bill here that was passed by Chairman Cooper, Sharon Cooper of Health and Human Services, I think it is. And it was House Bill 346 about the tenant retaliation. How has that affected this for y'all?
Yeah, no, very positive bill. Was very happy to see that that go through. It's you know,
For the record, I voted against it, so.
Well, tell me.
Go ahead. I'm listening. I just want to know how it affected it.
I mean, it allows you know, it allows tenants to be able to you know, pursue their landlord when they are in unsafe conditions, right, without being evicted because they're complaining. So it allows you to complain about unsatisfactory conditions without the threat of eviction.
Okay.
So it was one step. You know, we need a broader array of tenant protections, and that was one step in the process.
So I have a question about, if I may, Mr. Chairman, parity when it comes to safety. When we talk about build to rent, or what I really appreciated the what we call the publicly traded institutional investors. I think that was a definition that we were all trying to pin down, and I'm going to remember that one: the publicly traded or privately backed hedge fund type institutional investor. When we talk about them, I know that our friends at the apartment association right now, they have to go through very stringent requirements as far as their housing goes, and that is alarms, smoke detectors, all sorts of other safety requirements, the flighting of stairs, and egress. What are you seeing as far as these build-to-rent communities, and is it something that you would recommend a level of parity to happen to not only level that playing field, but in consideration of the types? And I guess looking forward in 20 years, I'm concerned that these would become squalid conditions for the folks that are, you know, that we're trying to lift up.
Yeah, it's so new to me. I can't say, you know, that I'm seeing particular trends at this point, but I think your concerns are very legitimate. That what would the quality be over time if it does end up, you know, that the market drops and these investors unload, you know, this property, and then the community is there, you know, dealing with what is the quality of the product over time. It's a legitimate concern, I think. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's how properties kind of go downhill over the years. They start out nice, and you keep pulling the profit out, not invested back into property. So that's a long-term concern. And they're not a member of an association.
That's right. Okay. Well, that was it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Bazemore online has a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. You have given me a lot of meat. We had discussion yesterday with regards to investors coming and purchasing a lot of the homes, and which was causing a problem. And I think one of the presenters indicated that it was just 4%. But I believe, similar to what you said something like that was the national and not, thank you, and not for Georgia, because my response was, I know in my district that has been a problem for a long time. And we were made aware years ago that Wall Street was looking at our area to purchase as many homes as possible. And I heard you say 60% in South Fulton.
Zip code 30349, I think it is, in South Fulton. Just to show
Thank you.
But it's a targeted business model. I mean, that's their business model, is to target particular geographies where they can extract the profits that they need for their investors.
And I appreciate that. That is exactly in my district. So I appreciate that. I want to say, though, to my colleagues and to everybody in the room that I am not against mom and pop. Like you made the statement, those individuals live in the communities, live in Georgia, and they invest, they put back, they appreciate their rentals and the people that they put in there. So I'm not against that. I have a problem with these investors coming in and snatching these homes from those individuals, especially in certain locations that cannot really afford. Like you say, they price us out down here in this area. And so you find investors taking over month after month, year after year. So that causes a bigger problem for those that need housing here. The other part of what you said that I appreciate is you talked about the predatory lending or type of predatory practices rather. So I currently have a bill that I had before that I've dropped for about maybe 3 or 4 years now. And it speaks directly to exactly what you were saying. What I had seen and heard and some of the victims is that if they did not cut their land properly, their lawn, they were put out. And then the money that they had invested in the home was lost. And then the investor got somebody else in and just continued this practice over and over and over again for very insignificant reasons. And so I believe my bill talks about we need to make laws stricter and rules stricter, similar to someone that actually has a mortgage before you can take advantage of someone and put them out of their home. So my question to you is I heard you make suggestions, but do you have any other suggestions? And can you take a look? Hopefully we will take a look at HB 53 because I did have realtors and different ones, lawyers come in and speak to the bill and they were in favor of it. And you spoke directly to that.
Yes, I'd be happy to look at it. I'm sorry I can't speak to it. I should be able to, and my apologies for that, but I can't speak to it right now, but I'd be happy to look at it.
I think long term, I mean, we've got the reality today, but when you look long term, I was in Austin, Texas recently. I mean, you think we have a crisis. There are 30,000 people short of workers in the technology community with nowhere to live. And if we're not careful, we're going to be in the same situation with all the business coming in here, because we're a great place to do business, but you really have to think it out. The law of unintended consequences can really come back on us.
Representative Ridley has another question.
I was in Austin last week, and I can tell you why I was 30,000 short, because I sure the hell wouldn't live there. But
it was 101 in May.
Yeah, it was. I just want to make one remark to Representative Bazemore. I mean, she used the word snatching. These companies are not coming in and running people out of their houses. I mean, they're coming in and making offers on these things, and we may think it's stupid money, but we're taking it. I mean, up in Chatsworth, Georgia, we've had investors come in and buy many warehouses from one of my friends, and I mean, it was his decision if he wanted to sell them or not. He made that decision if he wanted to sell them or not. And I know what you're saying, like you're not talking about mom and pops and people from Georgia. Well, you kind of running on the right, and I don't want nobody across from my house building stuff. I don't want nobody across my house building a $500,000 house subdivision. I don't want nobody across my house building something else. But guess what? That's not my property. So we can sit here and say, I don't want this or I don't want that, but you got to run right on the ragged edge of saying, well, if you're from Georgia, it's fine, but if you're from somewhere else, we don't want you here. That's running a little bit, violating the Constitution. Not just a little bit, but a lot.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm definitely not suggesting a law that says, okay, no private investor. That's not it, but it's about recognizing what's happening in the market. And it's new to all of us. It's novel, it's disruptive, and it's targeting us, So why is Georgia, why is Atlanta being targeted in this way? And the research seems to show that it's growth, which we want.
Mhm.
We're not going to legislate against growth, but that our tenant landlord laws are out of balance. And they are taking advantage of us because we do not have the same tenant protections that other locations do. And I know we don't want to hurt our mom and pop landlords in the process of increasing tenant protections, but as we've heard, there are a lot of property managers that are already doing these good practices. So we shouldn't be concerned about putting them out of business. We need to sort of look at why we're being targeted.
Well, and I
why
think,
it's doing
I agree to a point with that. I mean, you're always going to have bad actors on anything.
You
But I
will.
think we're being targeted for that. It's the same reason that every company in Georgia wants to come here. It's, you know, it's our benefits. It's what we're offering them to come to move a business here. I mean, that's the reason we got the data stuff here that I don't, you know, I'm from North Georgia. We don't care about data that much. But I mean, when you offer up something and you kind of do everything right, you got a conservative legislature that's you know, that for years we've kind of been building toward this, then you're going to have people that's want to come in. Now, are we all going to like it? Hell no, we're all human. I don't like half the stuff that goes on. I don't like coming down here and all this traffic.
Yeah.
I don't like Jonesboro being backed up since 1996 and nobody can figure out why. But it's something I got to deal with. So I just think we got to be careful on
I
excluding
agree.
certain people, because one side you say, well, we got communities coming in here. Well, we don't want you to build here because you're this type of person. But then on the other side, we say, well, we don't want these people coming in here and building here because they're not from around here. So I think we got to be careful on how we
I agree.
put that out there.
I agree, but these corporations, you know, you talk about the comparison with like employers who are coming in that we're trying to track, headquarters of corporations stuff. Those, as she said, many of those are investing back in the community. You know, we have lots of good corporate partners in headquartered in Metro Atlanta and other parts of the states. That's not what these companies are doing. They're not investing back in Georgia. They're extracting and taking that wealth elsewhere. So it's definitely very different.
Sure.
Situation. So it's complicated. I'm not pretending
Yeah,
like it's not.
and I mean,
thank you for being public servants and doing the.
yeah, and I mean, you know,
complicated
it's no different than somebody coming here and starting a business and taking that profit and them putting it on themselves to invest back in, or them sticking it all in their pockets and buying a bigger jet. You know, so it's
Well,
America.
I wanna
You
say-
can do that.
I hope you're not hearing us say that we're against outside investors. I mean,
Well, that's kind of what she's harped on the whole time. So that's kind of what I've heard.
I'm sorry, can I speak to that, please?
that they're
Sit.
investing.
Yeah.
It's the what?
Okay, I'm sorry, just,
I'm sorry.
no, go ahead and finish your
Well,
comment. I was just trying to
why are they
direct
coming
traffic.
to Atlanta? I mean, you can see Arizona, Texas, Georgia, none of those have renters' rights. Why are they coming to Atlanta? Because this is new to us and we're trying to figure out. It's very complicated. I wouldn't still be doing a housing for them 35 years later if it was easy to figure out. So I think it has to do with the environment, the lack of oversight, no renters' rights, so you can pretty much raise rates or add fees or whatever. And that's really what we want to look at.
Sure.
it's
And I
not
know
gonna
we'll have
put
some
us
more
at a
conversations
disadvantage.
about this. And I understand renters' rights, but I mean, I've had renters call me because their light bulb was out. So at what point do you there's always going to be somebody that's going to try to go through on the owner's side, try to find a loophole, and on the renter's side, going to try to find a loophole. So I don't think you can ever put them all in there, but you know.
You can't.
No,
But
I'd send them to Home
There is a
Depot.
balance.
yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Bazemore had another question or comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since my colleague was addressing me and what my comment was, thank you, Natalie, for explaining exactly what I meant. And I am not trying to exclude anyone from going anywhere and purchasing anything. However, I'm just making a factual statement that certain ethnic groups and certain areas are being targeted because it's more reasonable. So, and I understand you don't have a problem with it. I heard you say, Representative Ridley, I'm going to send them to your area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Bazemore. The chair would like to make a couple of comments, and we've got some apartment people coming up after, and I don't want to inspire too much debate here today, but I've owned rental property a long time. And in my experience, somebody being able to be thrown out of a house or an apartment because they're 1 day late is not the circumstance. Now, you know, I haven't been in the property management business for a long time. I still own some rental houses, but because of the aggravation in managing them, I now pay somebody else to do that for me. So I'm not, I'm sure you have information from a good source, and I understand we can have differing opinions about that. But I surely wasn't under the impression that somebody can be just, I've never had the experience where somebody can be just forced out of a house at a moment's notice because they're a day late. I've just never had that.
The eviction filing, not the actual evictions. They were filing evictions
Well,
when they were
okay, and that, based on my experience, and I haven't managed for quite a while, and I'll let some of our apartment people, I believe they get a letter, a 2-week demand letter saying you're late, pay your rent, or we're gonna file an eviction. So that eviction process is the sending of a letter to say you haven't paid your rent, please pay it. Or if you don't, we're gonna have to start a process. So I don't wanna leave the audience with the impression that somebody can knock on somebody's door and say, you didn't pay your rent, second day, get out. That's just not accurate. The other thing I'm always curious about, Representative Ridley said, when we talk about these corporate owners, he thought he read that it was 3%. You say 33%, but you did say in South Fulton, I think, or in Fulton.
One zip code in South Fulton, it was 60%. So in 2021.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm curious about how you track that. I mean, who tracks it? And what, do they sit and look at the property transfers and make a list and then add up this is John Doe? And I think we should only fairly point out that many, many, many property owners take title to every property they buy, small property owners. They create an LLC and they take that. So,
correct.
So an LLC on a deed is not an indicator that it's Wall Street
That is
by
correct.
any means.
That is absolutely correct. As I said, I've created one, and I'm
Yeah.
I'm not Wall Street backed.
It's quite easy to create an LLC.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are a number of you're identifying a problem, which is that there are a number of people researching this, and they use a variety of different definitions. And that's why in some cases I set a range. One research source says in 2021 it was 18% in Georgia. Another says 33%. Somewhere between there, you know, is what it was, right? But I'm going to give you this written testimony with all our citations that you can check and look at the different research reports and see how they're doing this research and what the definitions are.
Well,
because I'm not the researcher,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
just giving you the research that I've gathered.
I would say at the June Housing Forum, we had a professor who does that research from Georgia Tech, so that's where we're getting a lot of our numbers.
And I assumed y'all didn't do the research, and I'm not suggesting that you should have done it.
It's groups like CoreLogic, you know, Pew Trust, the Professor Desiree Fields, Brian On, so a number of different.
I heard with interest because I wanted to ask you. We had a presenter yesterday in a different arena talking about something entirely different, who proposed that that he proposed legislation to accomplish a certain thing. But I did notice that you said a minute ago, and I don't want to misspeak on this, but you said we are not suggesting that you should try to pass legislation to keep, as Representative Ridley has alluded to a minute ago, you're not suggesting that we pass legislation to tell any investor anywhere, corporate or otherwise, you can't buy a house in Georgia, in any county.
That's probably unconstitutional, isn't it? No, I'm not suggesting.
So that's one thing I'm curious about when we start talking about this. I'm a big free marketeer.
Yes.
And frankly, I think they're coming here because it's the free market at work and they see it as good investment opportunity.
Yes.
Now, there may be some
I'm
issues.
sure that's why they're coming in.
Yeah.
Yes.
And while we're lambasting Wall Street, you know, if you drive through any fast food operation, with the exception of Chick-fil-A, which is privately owned, and my favorite fast food restaurant, by the way, you know, when we start bashing Wall Street, any hamburger we buy, any gasoline we buy, many of the clothing stores we go to, all of those are Wall Street. And yes, that money goes out of the state. And so I have a little bit of a problem of us acting like that these are villainous people who are coming in here buying real estate in Georgia.
Yeah, I'm not bashing Wall Street. I mean, we need Wall Street, obviously, just, you know, to run our economy. I'm not bashing Wall Street. I'm just saying that we're being targeted in Georgia because something is out of balance here, is out of whack here. And our economy and our affordable housing market in particular is being disrupted. So we need to look at what is the economic rebalance here. So, the free market term, presumes that supply and demand, is operating, with full information by all parties and et cetera. We know we never have an ideal free market, right? So we always have to look at what is actually happening in the market to make sure that we can get it operating as smoothly and as effectively as possible. Something's out of whack in our market here. Something is
Well, you mentioned supply and demand, and I know we're running a little over, and I appreciate your point of view and appreciate both of you being here. I think we have some disagreement on some issues, but that's okay. That's what we're all privileged to have our different opinions. I am curious, do you believe that what we have here with this cost situation, both in the rental market as well as in the purchase and sale market, is supply and demand? And we've heard it over and over and over again that we are short.
We are short
of supply.
We are.
Do you believe that the out-of-state investors buying the property is more of a factor than some of the other things we have heard about as far as the supply?
Is more of a factor? I don't know if I would say is more of a factor. I would say that in this moment, it is a disruptive factor that we haven't really looked at carefully enough to try and understand what we can do about it. It's a new and it's not new, but within the past 10 years, it's.
Yes, ma'am. Would you say, and it does, and you are saying I think, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. It does sound like you think there are particular counties that are targeted and are being affected more by these out-of-state.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a business model with certain parameters of the types of properties and the situations that they are seeking. Like I said, they use algorithms to seek out these properties and buy them as rapidly as possible.
Very last question, and you probably don't know the answer to this. I own some rental property, and I get postcards and calls from people that sound like they are just private folks wanting to buy my house. Do you think these Wall Street types are using people out in the community to go try to buy properties like that in another name?
I don't know.
I'm just curious.
There may be others here who know.
I think that's who they're representing. I get those calls all the time, several times a week. I want to be clear, we're not walking away with us sounding like we're bashing Wall Street.
No,
I think
not
what
at all.
we're looking at is what's the environment that they're investing in, and what's the cost to the community for us to do it the way we're doing it. Because less people are able to invest in houses, harder for cities to plan schools, parks, hospitals, and so forth when your tenants are moving every 2 years. When they're not managed well, there's crime. So we're not talking about you or individual people that treat people.
Well, I'm not Wall Street by any means. I'm a very small business operator. No, I did not mean that y'all came to do that. And you're not the first presenter who has talked about this issue. I think I am always a little challenged to think of what legislatively anybody thinks could be done to stop that. I think it's the free market at work, and they're coming here because it's a good opportunity. But thank you both, and I appreciate your responses to our questions and your taking the positions you're taking. And thank you all for coming.
Thanks for taking on this issue. It's a tough one.
Sir. Okay, very good presentation. Thank you all again. Let me see. I've got Mr. Hayden Stanley here from the Georgia Apartment Association, and Alan King, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Atlanta Apartment Association and incoming Chairman of the National Apartment Association. And my assumption is you gentlemen are right up to date on what the eviction process is in Georgia if somebody doesn't pay their rent. I'd like to hear what that is.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. My name's Hayden Stanley with 5 Ash Stanley, and we've had the privilege of working with the Georgia and Atlanta Apartment Associations at the state level for 22 years.
I personally had the privilege of working in-house at the Atlanta Apartment Association beginning in 1992. And as an aside, I had the benefit and the good fortune to meet Bill Bowling. When I joined that staff, the Apartment Association conducts one of the largest food drives annually in the state, perhaps the nation, providing more than 30 million meals over this 30-year relationship with the Atlanta Community Food Bank, which again, Bill founded. So I'm so appreciative of the opportunity to speak. I'm going to, I promise, stay focused on the remarks that I came to speak to. Certainly the previous panel has a number of issues that we may not agree with, both in terms of how it's laid out and their proposed solutions. But I think a lot of that is for another day, because the committee's focus is regulation, affordability, and accessibility to housing. And we in the apartment industry have a couple of, I'll say a couple of different buckets. We have developers, builders who go in and create this housing, and then certainly many of them hold on to that investment, to those properties, and they manage those for the long term and the long run. And so I will speak very briefly to the development, the cost drivers in development and building. And Alan King, who you recognized as volunteer roles, but he is the managing director and head of property operations for Berkshire Residential, a well-known and highly respected firm. And when I turn the mic over, perhaps you can tell me a hair about that. I'm very concerned that they might be a real estate trust or perhaps even owned by institutional investors.
Privately held. Privately held.
Privately held.
Privately held.
Okay. So to start with, the Georgia Apartment Association is the multifamily housing voice in Georgia with over 1,200 member companies. 350 of those are owners, developer, management companies. And together they manage over 600,000 apartment homes throughout the state, providing homes to millions of Georgians. The members annually contribute more than $1.4 billion in taxes and other revenue to state and local governments. I have documents. I'll ask you to just kind of slide it if I'm, well, how long are your arms, sir? Thank you. We are going to cover at a fast clip, I hope, a good bit of territory, and so I distribute these reluctantly at this point because our nature is to leaf through them. What we have in the front right is a summary of a couple of, and then the actual studies that have been conducted on cost drivers in housing. As earlier presented, the supply issue is very real. We've heard that from a number of presenters. A recent study from the National Apartment Association shows that by 2035, only here in the Atlanta metro area, we will have a deficit of 117,000 apartment homes. So looking into the barriers to creating that new housing stock is very helpful. Within the document, or within the envelope, you'll also find a study by the National Multi-Housing Council, which details that regulations at all levels of government account for more than 40% of multifamily development cost. This includes zoning approval process, affordability mandates, development fees, slow permitting processes. We also have a very localized study undertaken by the Atlanta Apartment Association with support of the National Multi-Housing Council which focuses on cost drivers in Metro Atlanta. And so you're really getting into the nucleus of what's going on in the Metro Atlanta area. Development cost, Austin, my colleague with the home builders, did a good job yesterday. He talked about 5 L's, and I won't add a 6th. But, essentially you have soft cost, which is labor. You have land, which is hard. And then you have the hard fixed cost of the materials. I won't go back through that. However, then you move into the financing and the property management and so forth. So there are embedded and certain costs that go into any type of housing production. New housing development can only occur when public policy, access to capital, available land, and the market feasibility all align. The developer, the builder, the investor must earn sufficient rents to cover the operating expenses, including the financing costs. And if costs increase, project revenues must also increase in the basic economics. If the market cannot support the higher rents, the project is not viable and it will not move forward, and that restricts future housing supply and further exacerbates affordability challenges. In terms of zoning, I mean, we've discussed the supply issue. Earlier this summer, the city of Roswell eliminated their apartment-only zoning category and put in place, this may be music to some committee members' ears, put in its place a category which says all new apartments must be within a mixed-use development. And we'll be happy to answer questions about how that works later. Anytime there are local increases in fees, whether they're impact fees, which occur in some communities, or the cost of construction development, plan review fees, shows up in the bottom line of the project. We've heard a lot about inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning is a well designed and well marketed name for rent control. What the requirement is that in order to obtain zoning to build a new apartment property, you must set aside a certain percent of those units and hold them at a controlled rent level. So if it's 10%, 15%, it's tied to an AMI often. But what, as beautiful as that sounds, those embedded costs have to go somewhere. If it's a 15% set aside for affordability, well, you have 85% of those units that are going to absorb that. So you're jacking up rent artificially on a majority of those properties in effort to meet an affordability requirement. There are also ways you can buy your way out of that responsibility with some pretty hefty fees. Even when incentivized, national data shows that inclusionary zoning policies, again, rent control, slow down the development of new apartment homes in that community. I will, with that, abruptly turn it over to you, catch my breath, and appreciate it.
Thank you, Hayden. I work for Berkshire Residential, which is privately held, no affiliation with Berkshire Hathaway or any of those corporate companies, but we own and manage apartment communities. We have a debt platform and a number of other things, but it is a family-owned organization, and corporate is based in Boston. The National Management Office, which I run, is here in Alpharetta, Georgia. So, I'm here to talk a little bit about rents are rising and why. And in your packet was a timeline of COVID, and one of the things we saw when things shut down, obviously demand stopped completely. Very few people were leaving. We saw, and I'm speaking not just in Georgia, but across our national platform, people who were in the service industry, people who had the opportunity to move home. You saw an early exodus of people who recognized right up front that they may be unemployed or
they made the decision to find more secure permanent housing. So the industry itself felt an initial drop in occupancy. It varied very much by market, but people who were in that position took that opportunity to go ahead and move. And we reluctantly, obviously, recognized the situation and wanted them to find that alternative housing. We went into COVID thinking that it was going to be short-lived. We as landlords spend a lot of time trying to support good residents. When we've got good residents, we want to keep them. It's cheaper to keep them than it is to evict them, and we were optimistic maybe it will be short-lived. And those residents who were impacted, either we would work with them over a period of time and hopefully be able to manage that process. And obviously, as it got protracted, obviously things changed. You know, why are rents going up? Cost of goods. You know, we immediately had to buy personal property protection equipment for our residents. We had to buy equipment to sanitize all of our common areas. Everything that we get from a maintenance supply standpoint got hit. You know, most of it comes from overseas China, so cost of shipping was tough. Supply chain interruptions were disrupted. You were buying whatever products you needed to maintain the property, and at whatever cost you needed at that time. Fuel cost obviously has also greatly impacted that. You know, one thing I have to say is, you know, when the world shut down, all of the residents came home. We also had residents living and working from our apartments 100% of the time. So common area utilities, common area, you know, water, all of our normal operating expenses that are greatly offset by people going to work, those things went away, and we had an inflated cost associated there. It was a huge challenge. Every item we bought, our personnel costs, every personnel cost for anybody that did contract work for us, clearly started passing on fuel costs, cost increases, increases in up to minimum wage or beyond minimum wage, all were passed on to owner operators. So it's a real challenge. Property insurance historically for the last couple of years, specifically here in Georgia, have seen double-digit increases and been hard to control. Property losses in the southeast and the southwest specifically have been tough, and Georgia's laws when it comes to premise liability makes Georgia's cost for an owner operator much greater than them operating in some other state. So all of those are things that drive our costs. Now, as times have progressed, obviously when we started recovering in 2021, things started to improve. You all own property. You all currently probably have recently or about to get your property tax appraisals for the increased value of your homes. We've seen property assessments increase anywhere from 30% to 100% across our portfolio. And it's crazy. We went from appealing anywhere from 30 to 40% of our tax assessments to probably roughly 85%. So that's a cost that's significantly a driver. The other thing is with cheap money and low interest debt, many institutional owners took advantage of variable rate debt. In our case, we always put in a cap to protect our upside from an interest rate standpoint, but just recently those costs have significantly increased from that standpoint. So there's a host of costs that are just completely beyond our control that have been driving our operating costs so significantly. The other thing I want to remind everybody, unlike retail or office building, we do 1 to 14-month leases. We're locked in at that rate. Increases in fixed costs like property taxes, insurance, things like that, we can't pass those on until those leases expire. So if you're hearing a big number of a 10% increase, understand that it may take us almost a year and a half to 2 years to actually pass through any of those costs. So there is a delay factor, and we're playing catch up on most of those costs over the last 2 years. So that's a big challenge. Local mandates and policy increases our cost of operation. it makes a lot of the properties that used to be affordable to the middle class beyond their reach anymore. There is a huge problem. There's no doubt at the lower income levels, you know, C and D class properties, there is a short of quality housing across the platform, and it is a big challenge. Let me speak to the eviction moratorium. I said earlier, we obviously were optimistic of a short-term solution and getting back to normal business. Over the last 2+ years, members of the Atlanta Apartment Association or the Georgia Apartment Association have been extremely patient, flexible, understanding, trying to work through the needs of our residents, the challenges we had from a cost standpoint, and quite honestly, we have institutional investors all over the world, and we felt no pressure whatsoever. They recognized the challenge. They understood the need to take care of the residents. So, you know, we were patient and tried to be. It has been a long period of time, and it's been problematic for us. Many of the properties represented by the Apartment Association of Atlanta are A and B quality properties, and most of our residents fell outside of the funding, federal government funding that was targeted at 50 to 80% of median income. So the eviction moratorium specifically was very difficult. At least if you were in that 50 to 80% and someone was in a need and they completed the application, you could patiently wait for time for those monies to be dispersed. Georgia had really struggled to get the money out relative to other states. At one point, it was ranked 40 out of 50 states because there were so many agencies trying to do that. It was a real problem. People who could afford to pay did pay, but we saw in Atlanta a lot of abuse in the system, especially at the higher end of the markets. People who used fraudulent IDs or stolen identities to rent apartments. Either they occupied them with no intentions of ever paying them, or they used a credit card, or they used a forged check just to get in. We've spent a ton of money across the country just to buy software equipment to identify fraudulently altered documents to try and stop that. Somewhere between 30 and 50% of our applications in Atlanta are declined, mostly due to fraud. Atlanta is one of the most difficult markets in the country when it comes to identity fraud and resident identity fraud. We also had a big problem with someone renting and not actually living there and letting someone else take possession of that property. And with no intention to pay. They may have gotten money and collected money for a period of time, but at some point, there are certain members of the association that are currently carrying roughly 18 to 30% bad debt of people who may have lived there a number of months or many as much as 2 years. It is a real problem, and the lack of opening up the courts and starting to move forward. The issue by a previous presenter talked about the eviction process. The requirements are very specific in state statute on notice and when we need to do it, the amount of time allowed. Under a best case scenario, 30 days is the absolute fastest you could move something through the eviction. Pre-COVID, the eviction process averaged roughly about 2 months, 60 days. Right now, it's averaging 9 to 15 months to get someone out. That includes people who have not paid. That includes people who have not completed their application. They're just sitting there. And you know, we've met with the governor, we've met with the commissioner, we've met with a number of people just to see what we could do to try and accelerate that process. Courts are starting to open up. It varies by county here in the Metroplex, but there's a huge challenge also with the sheriff's Stephen spent some time just trying to meet with the sheriffs that actually would execute evictions and serve the writs, and they have not returned to pre-COVID levels. So you've got 2 years worth of backup, plus you're operating somewhere between a third and 50% of the prior capacity. So for owners and managers opening up and starting that process, the people who have no intention of ever paying, people who were never intended to receive aid from the money that was allocated by the federal government, those people we need the opportunity to get out. I talked about application fraud. Let's see, property taxes I mentioned earlier. It continues to be a big challenge. I won't speak specifically, not just on tax appraisals, but the Atlanta Apartment Association spoke to a special services district that was on the Atlanta Beltline system, and that assessment was passed even without our cooperation. That alone increased the rents from an affordability standpoint anywhere from $20 to $50 per month per resident. And just that one tax initiative that went through to build out the trails. I understand the issue, but it's a problem. But
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Only to follow up, that's called a special services district, and the Beltline has an overlay where they put in place the inclusionary zoning that I got so fired up a minute ago about. But then they've come in and they've added this special tax on those properties, and that's what he's speaking to. So you have the inclusionary zoning policy, and then sitting on top of that, an additional $20 to $50 per unit additional tax assessment above and beyond the other fees and taxes, property taxes, so forth, that are paid by those residents in that area.
But for clarity, though, it was commercial buildings and then multifamily properties were added to that from a tax standpoint. And nobody with single-family homes have any additional tax to them. So there's clearly preferential treatment for single-family homeowners in that district.
We know you've been, and I've been with you for most of it, you've been in this room for most of the last 48 hours, and appreciate those of you that have stuck it out. What I'd like to do is, again, referencing this packet, we've provided information that for the elected officials you may find useful and helpful if you have constituent outreach. For everyone else, it's good background information, and frankly, it speaks to many of the issues that we've heard about, not only this afternoon, but over the course of these past 2 days. Alan has walked through where we are with the eviction backlogs. Received an email earlier this week from one of the association members who has been advised that although that they have a judgment from the court for the writ of possession, that the set-outs will not happen until spring of '23. So somebody's occupying that unit for that time without need to pay. The other residents are going to be absorbing that, and that unit is not available for those who need it. So in any event, we have that timeline. It started with COVID, but it's not gotten better. In terms of Georgia being a state with no resident, no tenant rights, that's simply not the case. It's a balance of responsibilities and obligations of both parties of that agreement. We have provided a brief flyer on understanding the eviction process, understanding residents' rights and responsibilities. There's discussion by DCA this morning, and I want to compliment their Codes Advisory Committee. That's one of the best operating government entities that we engage with. But they talked about the fact that there are some 1,100 families that currently hold vouchers but cannot find landlords or properties to move into. And you need to look and say, why are owners not participating in that? And there may be a number of reasons. City of Atlanta attempted to adopt a local ordinance to require mandatory voucher as a source of income, so-called, rather than looking at what they can do to make that process better. So the fourth document on the left shows the leasing process comparison between a standard leasing process and housing choice voucher leasing process. Far more to it, as I'll guide you to. And then finally, we heard a little bit about habitability and apartment housing, and we have information on that for you to review. But I'll be quiet and
Take any questions?
if we have any questions.
Yes, sir. We do have some. Representative Ridley has one.
First of all, on that $20 per unit or whatever, what was the explanation? What are they saying that's for?
This is the tax levied to build out the trail system on the Greenbelt to complete it. They had some nonprofit donations, but it obviously has behind the timeline, and they wanted to catch up and accelerate and complete that. The Beltline itself, some of the inclusionary zonings, and clearly this SSD law has clearly had an impact already on development. We have many developers who are national developers who make choices between Dallas and Austin and Charlotte, and you know, all of these things impact, you know, the overall cost. And so and they're locally based, actually, the one I'm thinking of, and they just said we'll go somewhere else out in Metro Atlanta where we don't have these additional tax assessments and restrictions. So, but that was the reason for the additional tax.
And my second question is, even up where I'm at, pre-COVID, if you rented by the week, it was a little different how you could evict somebody. Than if you did by the month. But if you did by the month, even pre-COVID, it was 60 to 90 days, something like that by the law.
That's our average.
Yeah, and we don't
Pre-COVID.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, we typically, the apartment industry, anything. Our typically shortest lease is 6 months or greater because of short-term, you know, rental taxes and exclusions in our loan documents and things like that. So, you know, we're typically, our average leases are 10 to 13 months.
Okay.
So, and you know, the process is, you know, still a long process.
So there is laws in place to protect tenants from getting evicted the next day or week or wherever. It takes a little while.
Yeah. I mean, the average was 2+ months.
Okay.
And in most cases, owners and managers have exhausted every possible source. I mean, if it is a short-term problem, we go to nonprofits to help get supplemental revenues to help cover the rents. You know, we'll work with them on that. In most cases, it's just we've got a resident who has just gone dark on us and completely ignores any of the notices, and we have no other recourse than to pursue.
Thank you.
Well, thank you both very much. I did have a couple of questions. That, and of course, we have state statute relative to dispossessory action. So it sounds to me like most of these long delays, which you just talked about, they'll be set out in 2023, which basically means they're probably living there for 2 years free. Right?
We had that.
To get to
18 months, 2 years.
order part, yes.
Yeah, well, doesn't that fall mostly to the local government's processing in
That is
terms of
completely,
the
yeah,
magistrate
local.
court or whoever it goes to?
Yeah.
So state law would give you the ability to be fair to the tenant, give them plenty of notice,
Yep.
but to dispossess them, I think, as you said, at the very earliest in 30 days.
Yep.
But if you can't get the local court system to process it faster, then all these delays are coming from the locals, not from the state legislative
correct.
failure
That's
here.
correct.
I'm also curious. I was talking to a major apartment developer the other day, and he was saying something like, well, what we run into all the time, we'll have a lot of money invested in the process, and he was suggesting that the local governments just go beyond the pure zoning of saying, yes, this is zoned for multifamily, that they have to go through all sorts of submissions, and that they're subject to continue things like, well, we'd like to see this, or we'd like to see that. And so I'm assuming that is sort of an industry-wide situation now. Is it that all local governments do more than say, yeah, it fits the zoning, here's a permit? They say, well, we want to see what you're going to do, we want to see the design, we want to see if you're going to build a pond on it, we want to see so many different things. Is that true across?
That is very much true, very much true. One of our developments in Austin, Texas, ended up having almost $1 million of additional costs associated with the local building inspector that added things on during the initial development phase. So it is problematic.
Do y'all build across the country?
We do not build at all.
You
We
buy?
we have relationships with regional and national builders, and from our standpoint, we're an owner manager. The time to have the resources and the talent to assemble land, put it together. California, it takes 10 years. Texas, it may take you 2 years, but it's a long process. So we have partners that bring us the deals when the land's entitled. They've got a plan that's been approved. It's pretty baked. We might can make some subtle changes to amenities or stuff like that, but that's what we do. We come late in the process.
So y'all are they are sort of able to pre-sell to
Right.
you.
Right.
Well, again, thank you both for your presentation. Very interesting. And would you say that Georgia is more difficult or less difficult to do business in compared to other states in your arena?
In the national arena, no. I think Georgia is a very business-friendly state. I think the unusual circumstances around the eviction moratorium and how it was dispersed was problematic. There's clearly identity theft issues that are unique to Georgia. Premise liability law in Georgia is a huge problem that causes people to go to other states as opposed to doing business here. But for the most part, we'd much rather build in Georgia, the Southeast, Southwest. I will tell you, as a company, 60% of our COVID delinquent balances were in California, DC Metro, and Maryland. So there are a lot tougher places to do business, but other than a few examples that we've shared today, Georgia's a great place to do business, and we continue to invest in Georgia.
Sounds like you're having a lot of trouble with the tax assessors across the country.
Texas has gone crazy.
Is it because they don't use just good comparables where you say, well, there's a complex that's sold at this particular capitalization rate and yours should be comparable to that?
Well, Texas is a non-disclosure state, but they assess properties every year. And so while sellers don't disclose, the assessors clearly are hearing what some of the values of properties being sold are. And if you bought a property at the top of the market pre-COVID, and then all of a sudden you got impacted by COVID, the value of that property is 20% less than it was when you bought it. So some jurisdictions, the biggest example of the 4 big Texas markets have been extremely challenging, but it's been challenging in most of the urban major markets.
Representative Ridley.
Another thing, being a half resident in Texas, another thing about Texas, everybody wants to talk about like how they don't have income taxes, but they're basically it's off property taxes is where they get their money at to make up for that difference. So it is.
Yeah.
It gets crazy.
Yeah, the same value of house in Texas would be 3 times what my property taxes are here in Georgia.
That's a very interesting observation about that income tax.
They get you one way or another. Yeah, they don't have a state income tax, but they get you on the property taxes.
You have to look at everything. Well, thank you both again for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honored to have you. We have Mr. Bill Glass, an attorney at Weiner, Charouse, Whites, Greenberg, and Shaw. He is chair of the Legal Action Committee for the National Association of Home Builders and general counsel for the Home Builders of Greater Savannah. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
just got here from Savannah, just evacuated from Savannah.
Well,
No, I didn't really
what is
evacuate.
the situation on the coast? Is the hurricane
Well, I
coming?
was late to the meeting. I'm sorry I couldn't get here earlier, but I was bringing in all my outdoor furniture and sports equipment and you know, everything the kids leave outside. And so it was fine when I left. I mean, it was blustery. It was, the skies were somewhat scary looking, but it was fine. It was fine. Hopefully, knock on wood, Georgia coast will be okay.
Well, we certainly hope so. Savannah's a beautiful city, of course, and
Yes.
I've been honored and privileged to do some business in Savannah.
Yes, and
It's a great
I'm
town.
very proud to represent Savannah and Georgia as the chairman of the Legal Affairs Committee at the National Association of Home Builders, and I'm even more proud, as I'm sure some of you know, that a local gentleman from Savannah, Jerry Conter, is the chairman of the National Association of Home Builders for the entire country, which is wonderful, and he's doing an excellent job, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. But I am here today because I have been the general counsel for the Greater Savannah Home Builders Association for a long time. And in that role, I've learned a lot about housing, but mostly more recently when we filed a lawsuit against Bryan County related to design standards and impact fees, which we charged were the claims were equal protection, due process, and takings, and other claims. And I'm not here so much to relitigate the lawsuit, but to tell you what my experience was and what I learned from it. And I feel strongly about some of those lessons, and I feel compelled to come here and explain them to you today. The lawsuit includes equal protection and due process claims arising out of a development ordinance and a new impact fee ordinance. We filed the lawsuit in 2019, just to give you some background, and the basis was that there were design standards under the new development ordinance that imposed requirements and restrictions on home builders that, from our perspective, had no rational basis and no rational connection whatsoever to health, safety, and welfare. However, they added substantial cost to building homes. So by way of example, vinyl siding was prohibited, multiple roof planes were required, certain garage articulation was required. Under the newer standards, there are requirements for porches and even in some instances encouragement for wraparound porches, and various other design standards that are supposed to be sort of coastal traditional that substantially increase the cost to build the homes in one area of the county, South Bryan, causing North Bryan, where the regulations mostly don't apply, to be the place now where more affordable housing can be built, causing some economic segregation, which is bad for the county, and causing houses to be much less affordable across the board, particularly in South Bryan. This is a problem because, as my friend Austin Hackney described yesterday, there are many other headwinds against building homes these days. Regulation is just one of them. There's lumber costs, there's the cost of the lots, there's the cost to get contractors, it's difficulty in finding labor. There's many other things that y'all are familiar with. My purpose is to focus on regulations from both a civics and a law perspective. I do want to mention that as a representative for the National Association of Home Builders, I often get the challenge that home builders are not a very sympathetic group because they're the fat cats making all the money selling the houses. And what I would submit to you is that that is a very foolish position for people to take. I represent many home builders, and I've been involved in the Home Builders Association for a very long time. And in my experience, home builders earn a percentage on their homes, somewhere between 16 and 19% usually, and that's true across the board. If they build a home, they get the same percentage. If the home is less expensive, they get the same percentage. If the home costs more to build, they get the same percentage, and the cost is passed on to the buyer. It's not the home builder reaping huge profits when homes become more costly. It's the home buyers who suffer. These regulations in Bryan County raised the average cost of a house approximately $20,000. They caused requirements for more concrete. The difference between vinyl siding and other cladding is substantial. And that $20,000 cost, as you can imagine, makes persons who need to finance homes, which is anybody who's buying workforce housing or affordable housing, much less attractive, because every dollar in cost that goes up, your financeability changes exponentially. This has been a fascinating case. It's not over, and I don't want to focus on the merits of the case, but I do want to focus on some of the things I learned along the way. We had wonderful experts. We had economists, we had safety, health, siding, structural, builders, valuation experts, and appraisers. And what we learned and what was demonstrated in the case is that all of the products that our builders wanted to build with, all of the designs and houses they wanted to build, met all of the building codes in Georgia, met the International Building Code requirements, met all standards for health, safety, and welfare for the citizens of Bryan County in terms of structural integrity, wind resistance, fire retardance, water damage. But they weren't permitted for aesthetic reasons, which, from our perspective, whether it's intentional or unintentional, and I'm not accusing anyone in Bryan County of making it intentional, discriminates against people who are trying to buy affordable housing. Here's what I learned about this issue that I think is really important for this body to understand, and which has no political persuasion whatsoever. In fact, this is the argument that I feel compelled to bring to you today, because it's the argument that people hear the least, it's the least political, and it's the most sensible, and it's the thing that somehow we've all forgotten. We elect county officials. Some of them are school teachers, some of them are pharmaceutical sales reps, some of them are realtors, some of them are firemen, some of them are small business owners. They own convenience stores or hardware stores. We elect them to represent us, and our Constitution, both federal and state, have limited them to certain police powers for our protection. And we all appreciate that as Americans and as citizens of the state of Georgia. And in simple terms, those limitations are that they are not supposed to undertake regulation unless it is directed at the interest of the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. And there's a reason for that. The reason is we don't need the pharmaceutical salesman or the school teacher or the fireman to tell us how to build a house or what color porch we should have or what style shutters we should have. We have brilliant, hardworking, talented people who every year resuscitate building codes with the help of engineers and architects and policymakers. And those building codes inform talented persons in our communities who prosecute the building codes for the benefit of the county in order to determine that homes are built structurally integral, are built correctly, and satisfy all of the requirements for health, safety, and welfare. So it should offend people of all political persuasion, whatever the issue is, when our legislators, whether at the state level or at the county level, on county commission, in municipalities, reach beyond those powers to tell us how we should live. This discussion too often seems to be conservative versus liberal, or a business versus welfare, or some other argument besides civics. And what I would recommend to this body is that one of the best things they can do to make affordable housing is just remind everyone what the basic civics lesson was in and under the American Constitution and the Georgia Constitution, which is a division of powers, a separation of powers, and a limitation on the people we elect so that they can prosecute the things we need for our health, safety, and welfare and not reach beyond those limits. What's happened in Bryan County isn't nefarious. I'm not accusing necessarily anyone of being discriminatory, but they're not expert at this. We don't need their help to tell us how to build a good house. And when they endeavor to do so, what they do is they increase the cost of housing substantially. Here's the funny thing about all this. Several of you have made comments about the marketplace, which I appreciate. Builders build what buyers want. My builders will build a brick house all day long if you want a brick house. I told you earlier they make between 16 and 19% on a house. That's more money on a more expensive house. They'll build with Hardy if that's what you want. They'll build an all-cement castle for $10 million. If that's what you want, you can pay for it. The reason they build with vinyl siding, the reason they might build with fewer roof pitches or without an articulated rear-facing garage is because that's what people can afford, and that's what people want. It's the people who are making the choices about their homes. It's the consumer who is saying, you know what, I want a playroom for my kids, so instead of Hardy, I'm going to get vinyl. All of the choices they're making are approved by the building codes in Georgia. Everything those consumers are requesting has to be put forth before building officials to read building plans, sign off at different stages on plumbing, electrical, carpentry, structural. All of that has to be accomplished in order for the consumer to get what he asked for. And when the commissions start reaching their hands into this, and when they forget the simple lesson that their mandate is to protect our health, safety, and welfare, unintended consequences occur. And I would submit to you that those unintended consequences go far beyond your presumption or expectation in terms of cost. There are many headwinds against building homes for people in this state and across the country, but regulation is not an insignificant one, and it gets worse every year. And if you add on top of that the slippery slope of allowing county commissioners and municipal government to start acting as if they're private property owners, then housing is going to become even more unaffordable in this state. On that issue, people regularly say unabashedly, without any irony, in the meetings I attend, well, so-and-so lives in a private community. How come they can do it? If the county officials want to buy the property and install rules and covenants, they absolutely can do that. But I think all of us agree, from every political persuasion, that that is not the place of government, and it is not within the purview of government. As long as they are helping us enforce and protect the rules that keep us safe, healthy, and promote the general welfare, they're doing their mission. But when they start telling us about what our roof should look like and what kind of siding we can use, they're going too far. The last thing I wanted to tell you was that Georgia law understands all of this. So it's not just a matter of basic civics, it's a matter of remembering where we came from in this state. Georgia has acknowledged these problems as recently as 2000 in Henry County versus Tim Jones property, where the court said, and I quote, "When a local decision intentionally precludes the development of affordable housing, it damages and retards the health, safety, and welfare of the public." And in that case, which was decided on different grounds for different reasons, the court recognized both the problem of exclusionary zoning not as a legislative initiative so much, a direct legislative initiative, but as a function of economic segregation when commissioners reach into areas they shouldn't be in and unintended consequences occur. People said on the other side of my arguments in this case, where's the proof? COVID slowed the case down substantially, and just in the time since this case was initiated, most of the more affordable and lower income housing has moved to Bryan County, to the AR agricultural districts where these rules don't apply. And the proof is in the pudding. Our economic experts all testified that economic segregation is bad for the economy, bad for the school system, bad for families and children for many reasons. This is a problem that you can help address by legislation that reminds the communities and counties and municipalities that as long as there are building codes and fire codes and water codes and wind codes, rely on those codes instead of reaching into those areas within your communities. Stick to health, safety, and welfare. And when constituents, when the NIMBY people show up, who are mad that too many people are moving in the community, or that the view they had across the street that used to be clear might now be built on, when they show up at your county council meeting, stomping their feet and pounding their fists and saying, we want minimum acreage limits, or we want no vinyl siding, remind them that you wish you could help them, but that's not within your power, because your power is health, safety, and welfare, and you don't have the right to tell private citizens what they can and can't build on their lots. There's also another case in Georgia that I love. It's from 1956. It's Kingsbury Homes versus Gwinnett County. And the reason I love this case is because it's sort of like the way a fable, a fable, Aesop's fable or a story from the 1500s can repeat itself in modern terms, even though everything around it has changed. In this case, there was a manufactured home builder who was using fiberboard, something like OSB or products you're now familiar with that back then were unfamiliar to the county commission. And the only way he could build his affordable manufactured housing was by using this fiberboard. And the fiberboard had been recognized now by the industry as a great product, by consumer reporting companies as a great product, and was becoming very popular, but it was still unfamiliar and frowned on upon by Gwinnett County. So they said he couldn't build with it, and he sued. And the court agreed, even though we think mostly of equal protection as protecting special classes, whether it's race, gender, national origin, or disability, the court agreed that you can't discriminate against building products or design that are substantially identical or otherwise permitted under building codes in a manner that causes persons who build more affordable housing from not being able to compete in the same environment as the people building more expensive housing. We're now suffering the same pattern again, almost 70 years later, except that now it's vinyl instead of fiberboard. Or soon it'll be some other product that people look down on for whatever reason, or maybe believe because of its cost invites too many people they don't want into their community. If we're going to promote home ownership, which is our mission at the National Association of Home Builders and should be our mission in Georgia, if we're going to do what almost every county comprehensive plan that I've surveyed for this lawsuit indicates in this state, which is grow the ability of regular people to own homes in the communities they work in, then we need to start reminding our county officials what the scope of their mandate is, and we need to deregulate, if nothing else, just to get down to the regulations that exist and not allow persons to reach so far beyond them that they're telling us what we can do or what we can't do with our private property in a manner that makes it impossible for us to get loans or financing and requires us to move whole classes of regular people to different areas of society where they can afford homes only because they aren't regulated as much as the more fancy area that the commissioners are hearing complaints about. Thank you very much for hearing my comments. You'll be pleased to know I have no handouts or slides for you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Glass. I'm going to recognize Representative Montan in just a minute, but I'm do something I hadn't done for the whole 2 days. I'm going to speak first before I recognize him. Thank you so much for this presentation, and I appreciate so much you presenting that the law is designed for health, safety, and welfare. I was reminded, one of the reasons I wanted to speak before Representative Montahan, right after I was elected, one of my constituents gave me 2 or 3 books to read, and one of them was The Law by Frederick Bastiat, I guess is the right pronunciation of his last name. I never could quite, you probably know and correct me if that's not correct.
You got it.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
And it was very intriguing to me. In fact, I'm so happy to be reminded of it again, because one of the foundational things about that is exactly that our design and the purpose of the law, both at our state legislative level as well as the local level, is to protect health, safety, and welfare. And your lawsuit against the Bryan County Commission, I assume, by the way, is that suit still in progress? Or?
Still pending. It hit the long COVID snag, and it's sort of regrouping now. I imagine we'll have trial sometime, probably first quarter next year.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you again for a great presentation. I may have another question, but I recognize Representative Montahan right now.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Glass. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Thank
you for your testimony today. I did have you're an attorney. I am not an attorney. I often say that in this room as I sit in this meeting room for Judiciary Non-Civil. So I'm not an attorney, so please excuse my lack of knowledge in the areas that you're an expert in. Tell me about, as we talk about these design standards, and that seems to be the vast majority of your presentation today, tell me about the court cases in the past. Certainly, as you said, these are, I would suppose your presumption is that they are unconstitutional, and that you are currently suing Bryan County over some of these that would be unconstitutional. Using interstate commerce, for example, for manufactured homes, you could use equal protection. But some of these cases have made it before the Georgia Supreme Court, especially in the case of the 412 pitch roof. I forget what county it was, for manufactured homes. And they've lost, and they've been overturned. So tell me about a Supreme Court case where they have found that these aesthetic design standards are unconstitutional, because I'm having some trouble. And I ask that as a fact-finding mission, not as a gotcha.
Sure.
And if you need time, or we can talk via email, I would love to do that, because I think that is the goal of this committee. So that is not a gotcha question. If you need time, I'm happy to do it.
No, that's okay. I would be pleased to send you a list of cases in Georgia and also around the country. I will say this. There are many cases in many states that have determined, as a for instance, that a minimum acreage requirement is against the law as a matter of equal protection and as a matter of being beyond the scope of their powers, which is a due process violation. So let me use that as an example versus the 412 roof pitch. There's a spectrum along which you would argue whether something relates to health, safety, and welfare, and something is purely a matter of aesthetics or a matter of choice, okay? When you get into the size of an acre or size of a lot, the determination across the country has been that those kind of requirements as a pure minimum, without any proof of zoning for health, safety, and welfare, or without any proof of zoning in sort of distinct categories for health, safety, and welfare, that minimum alone is against the law and against the Constitution, because it, on a balance of equities, it has more to do with making homes unaffordable and creating exclusionary zoning than it does with benefiting the public for health, safety, and welfare. On the 412 roof pitch issue, they made more arguments regarding health, safety, and welfare on which they prevailed. Our argument in general, and let's use vinyl as an example, okay, is that there are so many other categories for which they cannot defend health, safety, and welfare. Vinyl, for instance, is the most popular cladding in the United States. It is the most often used siding now in the United States of America. It is also used and approved in every one of the largest hurricane areas, including Miami-Dade County. It's approved in all the largest fire areas, including Northern California, and it's approved in the wettest and harshest environments for wind and rain, including all the hurricane areas in Louisiana. It has developed as a product substantially, and there are many categories of the product. No one can seem to defend on a health, safety, and welfare basis why vinyl siding should be prohibited, except as some sort of classist, discriminatory aesthetic issue. In our case, we put up houses that were identical and asked the county commissioner to tell us the difference between the two houses, and he couldn't. Nor could they discern any reason from a health, safety, or welfare perspective why we shouldn't permit vinyl. The reason I go into that much depth on vinyl is, to me, the minimum acres requirement and the vinyl prohibition are the same thing. There's a basic cost distinction between vinyl and the next least expensive cladding that's permitted, which might be hardy or shake or something. It's about $16,000 on most of my builders' houses. That $16,000 in and of itself demands a balance of equities that says, is there a health, safety, and welfare concern that overwhelms the dramatic impact this has on a whole group of people affording a house? And I think that in the same manner as the Kingsbury case I described earlier, which is a Georgia case, and the Henry County case, which I can send you, which I described earlier, in the same manner that those cases determined that, on balance, prohibiting a certain building material that's as good as another, or demanding certain aesthetics that have no health, safety, and welfare benefit, when they cause substantial additional expense, leans in favor of discrimination, equal protection claims, due process claims, so that we can promote more equitable buying opportunities for home consumers. The cases that started all of this were mostly northeastern cases on exclusionary zoning. They established a principle which has been affirmed by the Supreme Court, that these minimum acreages or these pure other exclusions that clearly, in very plain and simple and unambiguous ways, make certain housing unaffordable for whole classes of people, are discriminatory, absent a very clear and unambiguous safety or health issue on the other side. Your 412 example and several of the other examples that people have prevailed on have some legitimate basis in health, safety, or welfare. In my case, and I don't want to litigate my case here, but in my case, they seem to be saying aesthetics are welfare. And Georgia courts have said the mere incantation of aesthetics does not suffice to raise prices substantially or exclude people substantially or cause economic segregation.
But let me, if I may, and I don't want to get too far off the beaten path because we are going to end up getting in the weeds in the case. But I do want to say that in the 412 pitch case, they found that it was it was without a shadow of a doubt aesthetic, and yet the Georgia Supreme Court overturned that in favor of the county. When these cases have gone to the Georgia Supreme Court, they almost always get overturned. Why is that?
Because they enunciate some health, safety, or welfare benefit. And the danger of allowing both the Supreme Court and the county commissioners to make those decisions is that both home rule, which is profoundly important and favored by the courts in Georgia, and the notion that the legislators were in the best position to make the decision tend to favor their decision making. But if this body, let me finish, if this body wants to deal with the housing crisis and deal with it in a manner that Georgia law has already recognized is appropriate, and deal with it in a manner that the civics lessons we all got in grade school would recommend, then they would tell those legislators, you have experts on building codes. You have experts on fire and wind safety. Do not go beyond their recommendations and reach into those areas when you're not qualified. unless you can enunciate a very important health, safety, or welfare concern. If there's some new beetle that's chewing through hardy plank in Bryan County and the building code hasn't caught up with it yet, then it would be easy to enunciate a health, safety, or welfare concern that would recommend prohibiting hardy. But besides being able to enunciate that, we are liberally allowing our commissioners to go beyond the civics lessons we all learned when we read books like Mr. Washburn, that is not their purview, and that it's a danger to all of us, whether it's housing, sir, or anything else. It's a danger to us and a slippery slope if we just say, let's let the commissioners decide.
Let me just kind of go back to what I was, my original question. That was, you had asserted here today that these rules are unconstitutional.
Yeah.
However, the Supreme Court doesn't agree.
Well, the Supreme Court, in the cases I cited to you, spoke differently. So you and I would need to compare those cases and see how often it falls on health, safety, and welfare and the balance of equities, and how often they are able to enunciate some health and safety concern. Because the cases I cited, including the Henry County case, make plain that the opposite is true. And just for your benefit, because I don't have all the cases in front of me, I'll just read what they said in Henry County. When a local decision intentionally precludes development of affordable housing, it damages and retards the health, safety, and welfare of the public. And in Kingsbury, and I don't have the quote, but I almost know it, they said when building products are substantially identical and the commissioners can't enunciate well a distinction between them, then it violates the equal protection, even of builders, without getting into special categories, even of just regular builders. It violates their equal protection to tell them they can't use those building products. That example is what's before the court in Bryan County, and I don't believe that that example has been determined by the Supreme Court.
If I may, one more, Mr. Chairman. And I would see that the building products are, that's kind of a slippery slope for sure. In fact, I have a four-sided brick house, and the dental molding on the home is plastic, and it's a nice home. So there's no doubt that those could be. But as far as the architectural review standards, absent of the building material, certainly those wouldn't be considered unconstitutional. Just say architectural standard itself. Just take out the building products per se, but just the architectural standards. Is it your understanding that that would be unconstitutional?
With all due respect, I couldn't disagree with you more. It is my position that if they want to buy all the property and tell people that they want coastal cottage traditional and here's the paint colors and door styles they can use, they can do it all day long. But with all due respect, in the state I live in and the country I grew up in, they shouldn't be telling private property owners what architectural standards they can build on their property.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Ridley.
Thank you. What you were just talking about, like you were talking about, you said they could buy up all the property. You're talking about the commissioners.
Right. Or
It's
the
totally
county.
different. I just want to make sure that if I go buy the property and I want to build houses in there and I want them all cottage, and I say you got three colors, like Reynolds Plantation, for example, then there's nothing unconstitutional about that.
God bless you.
Okay. And I just want to make sure, because I want to make sure there's nobody that don't understand because if I was just listening to this, I would say, well, hang on a minute. He said that in my subdivision, I can't do that. I want to thank you for what all you said. The whole time you were talking, I felt like the national anthem should be playing in the background because you're exactly right. And I think that's where we get a little bit of a power trip in this country, school board, whatever you are. We lose track of what our wants are and what we're here to do. And there's a little issue that I have, just like what you talk about with the county commissioners coming in and making decisions, and then it ends up in Supreme Court. And why is the Supreme Court siding with those? It's just like every time we do a build, there's one sentence down at the bottom that says that the departments will take the bill and make recommendations or whatever. But the issue it should come back to the legislature for approval, and not just be open-ended from now on. And that's the issue I hope to take on this year. But I think it's the same way with this. You start letting people just keep doing stuff, and everybody don't ask why. That's just the way it is. So I want to thank you for clarifying a whole lot of what's going on and the complaints that we're hearing and have ever since I've been down here since 2017. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you mind if I say one more thing in response to that? Thank you very much. Great. I just want to address the comment about the courts. Another fundamental civics lesson we might remember is that there's a separation of powers, and you all enjoy the body that makes the legislation, and the courts are the body that enforce it and interpret it. If there's a crisis in housing and you want to know some of the factors that are causing it, this is one of them. And since so many people agree about just the fundamental that too much regulation is too costly, and so many people agree that it wouldn't be bad if the legislators and the commissioners would stop at the door that belongs to the building officials and the fire and health safety people. It would be great if the legislators would make the determination that the county commissioners shouldn't go that far. Then the courts might act differently in some of the cases you're talking about. That would be for the benefit of everyone, because they would still have houses that had structural integrity, that had appropriate wind, fire, and water safety, that were pretty and attractive and met all the building codes, but were much more affordable to regular people.
We recognize Commissioner Hubert Parker, who is a county commissioner from Gilmer County, for a question.
I guess I need to resign. Sounds to me like you're saying that zoning should be, by your definition, very limited. You couldn't say what kind of road the subdivision has to be built on. And we say that all the time.
No, I don't agree with that. I mean, I think that health, safety, and welfare includes community planning. I actually think that another thing you could do, Georgia law, and I'll send you this case, the Georgia Supreme Court has said that when the commissioners go beyond or violate the terms of their comprehensive plans, it violates due process. And the reason for that is that the comprehensive plan is dedicated to health, safety, and welfare. If you need more roads or wider roads, or you want to segregate your communities into parks and homes, you can do all of those things. I think we're smart enough to tell the difference between good municipal planning and reaching into somebody's yard to tell them what style shutters or siding they should have. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? I think that there's a simple solution on the matters that are particularly addressed in our building codes. And that isn't to restrict people from good urban planning or county planning. It's to say, this issue's been resolved, it's already expensive, a lot of smart people have already thought about it. Let's stop there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Glass, a couple of questions. And I appreciate Representative Ridley bringing this up again, and just to restate that one more time, you're not suggesting that a private property owner who does a private development and imposes restrictive covenants, nobody is suggesting they don't have the right to do that. In Bryan County, if someone was coming they own a lot and they wanted to build a house, are those same requirements applied to them? That, well, if you build a house here, you have to do it this way?
Yes, only in the R districts, which are predominantly in South Bryan. Most houses and communities in North Bryan are being built in the AR districts, where those don't apply. That's why it's causing that economic segregation and that shift that separates one class of housing from all the workforce housing moving out of town.
And so certainly we would say that person who's trying to build a house on a lot they own in that area that is being so restricted, that's a huge restriction of their private property rights. Correct.
It is, in my impression. I mean, you buy the property believing one thing, and the commissioners ordain something else. In my opinion, it's a taking of their private property. And I don't want to be in the same way that the folks sitting up here before were begging not to be painted with the brush of hating Wall Street. I don't want to be painted with the brush of dissuading commissioners from doing good urban planning, or from building parks, or from saying this area is going to be smaller so that we can have more of a village feel and incorporate commercial aspects. But within the communities that otherwise are permitted to build single-family homes in the traditional sense, reaching into all of those design standards, all of those aesthetics, and building materials that are equivalent as far as the codes are concerned goes too far.
Is it your opinion that the Georgia legislature could pass law that would restrict local governments, county governments, and city governments from doing anything in their zoning that goes beyond health, safety, and welfare?
They've done it in several states, including North Carolina, to our north, just a close neighbor. So yes, this problem, as you might imagine, has been a problem for a while. It was exacerbated by COVID and lumber costs and other costs soaring. And now the problem seems ubiquitous, that there's a housing crisis not just here, but everywhere, from Los Angeles to tiny towns in the Midwest, right? So we need to do something about it, and more states are taking a look at it. I think Texas, Austin would probably know more than me, but I'll be happy to send you guys examples of legislation from other states that directly addresses the problem I've been trying to describe today.
I would appreciate it very much if you would do that.
I will.
Well, Mr. Glass, thank you so much. You have made an excellent presentation, and I appreciate it very much. And I appreciate you being with us today. Appreciate you making the trip up, and I hope the hurricane veers off out into the Atlantic instead
Me
of hitting
too.
the coast.
Pray for Savannah, and thank you, and thank you all for this committee and for your service very much.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Glass is the last presenter of today, and we do have a little section for questions and public comment. Are there any questions from the audience or any public comments? Well, thank you again for your patience and attention. I think we have had another very productive day, and this is our last meeting in September. We will be reconvening on the 12th and the 13th of October. And so thank you again for being here. Thanks to everyone who's presented. Thanks to the committee members. Thanks to our associates who have helped so much with all of the coordination of everything. And so we will stand adjourned, and we'll see hopefully a lot of you on October